Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I advise that Councillor Wines will be absent today and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Aderman and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Wines be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,786th meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of February 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Aderman, seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,786th meeting of Council held on the 17th of February 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mr Steve Francia and Mr John Twartz, who will address the Chamber on the Prince Charles Hospital Foundation's 40 years of impact. Please proceed, Mr Francia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lord Mayor, Councillors, I'm Steve Francia and I am the proud CEO of the Prince Charles Hospital Foundation, an organisation which for 40 years has partnered with the Brisbane community to support life-changing medical research and patient care initiatives at the Prince Charles Hospital in Chermside, proudly located in the Marchant Ward. Now, the Prince Charles Hospital is one of Australia's leading heart and lung hospitals and home of Queensland's second busiest emergency department. Our foundation is a Queensland statutory body under the Hospital Foundations Act, reporting through the Health Minister. But we have a very, very clear purpose, and that's to help people live healthier for longer. Now, many of you have probably known us through our 35-year involvement with the Echo Strawberry Sunday program. But today, what I would like is for you to also know us as the people-focused organisation that's invested more than $78 million into public health care for Brisbane and Queensland. To date, the Foundation has funded more than 1,000 research grants here in Brisbane across heart disease, lung disease, mental health, ageing, paediatrics and targeted health issues. We funded Queensland's first child life therapist in a public hospital emergency department, and we also funded Australia's first specialised dementia village in a public hospital, Charlie's Village, and that in itself is transforming care for patients living with that devastating condition. But we've also championed research into silicosis, enabling Brisbane-based researchers to access specialised equipment from Europe, the first of its kind in Australia, using it right now in labs in Chermside. So these investments are about improving care today, but they're about accelerating innovation, and more importantly, they're about strengthening Brisbane's reputation for excellence in healthcare and medical research. Crucially, this impact is only made possible by the community. And so every day, Brisbane residents, schools, clubs, volunteers, local businesses and corporates who choose to support their local hospital. That sense of civic pride and generosity is one of Brisbane's greatest strengths, and it underpins every single thing that our foundation does. So to mark our 40th year, we're proud to have launched our community and board ambassador programs. Our ambassadors are patients, families, community leaders whose lives have been touched by care at this hospital. They're helping us build stronger connections between the hospitals we support and the communities they serve. One of those ambassadors is a fellow probably known to most of you, Mr John Twartz. And John's with us today. John's been admitted to Prince Charles Hospital more than 480 times and has survived sepsis on 25 occasions. John was in hospital yesterday, but he was discharged in order to come here because he desperately wanted to. The reason is, in John's words, he's paying back and he's helping. John, I know, and his fellow ambassadors are inviting the community to stand with us as we power on for our next 40 years of compassionate care and remarkable research. So for me, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to place on record the role that our foundation plays in helping people live healthier for longer. But in closing, I would ask you to reflect on the impact the Brisbane community has made and perhaps consider how you, as councillors and advocates for your communities, can help support and amplify this work. Perhaps it's through sharing stories. Perhaps it's championing the impact of community giving, or considering how you can personally support the hospital that supports so many Brisbane families in their time of need. So, councillors, I invite you to learn more at our website, thecommongood.org.au. And I thank you for recognising that it's each of us that actually are members of the community who shape the way forward. We all have a role, and for me, I'd like us to never forget what that role is. That's just helping the next person along. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr Francie. I'm going to call Councillor Howard to respond.
Oh, well, thank you, Chair, because it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond to that very powerful speech, Stephen, and to John, to both you and to coming in today. It's so important for all of us councillors to hear from you and from the heart. And I learned a few things as well. I didn't know about the Dementia Village, so that is great. And I know it is a much needed area that we have. But the Prince Charles Hospital, as you say, is part of our community story, and that's very important. And we all know someone who's been treated there, supported there, or had their life changed there, just as I think John can attest to that. The foundation has been behind the work for 4 decades, which is incredible. It helps researchers, clinicians and patient care teams to do what they do best, and it has made a real difference to so many people here in Brisbane, in Queensland, right across Australia and the world. It's amazing to hear firsthand from you, though, about the incredible work of the foundation over those years, the research that you've backed, the equipment that you've helped fund, and the lives that you have changed because of that support. But what really stands out are the people behind those numbers, and the patients and families who face some incredibly tough moments and come through them because someone believed in the importance of medical research and good, compassionate care. And I know that Councillor Parry feels very strongly too. She certainly spoke to me after meeting you both recently, and she couldn't have been clearer about how much she values the relationship that you've built with the local community. She loves having you in her ward, and it came through just how much she appreciated the conversation that you had with her, just as we have all appreciated that conversation here today, because often councillors get to talk to people like you in their own wards, but for you to come here and talk to all of us is hugely important, and we truly appreciate it. Your focus on improving organ transplant outcomes and life-saving care is also important, and we want to see more people getting that second chance. And it's clear that the work you're doing now is setting up for the next generation of breakthroughs. So I want to acknowledge the role of the community ambassadors, people like John, who share their experiences and help bring those stories into schools, clubs and local groups, and play a huge part in keeping the community connected to the hospitals that they serve. It's a powerful reminder that none of this work happens in isolation. It happens because the community steps up. So thank you again for being here today and for the work that you continue to do for Brisbane. We look forward to supporting the foundation as it continues to deliver even more breakthroughs into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Mr Francia and Mr Twartz, for coming in today. Thank you. And also acknowledge other ambassadors and supporters in the gallery as well. Thank you for being here.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you for all you do. Just 1 moment, Councillor Griffiths. Just 1 minute. Councillor Griffiths, your point of order.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I've had, and it was good to hear from Steve and John just then about the hospital and the work that it does. I've had 4 groups apply to speak in this chamber about wanting to get to the hospital, about the Brisbane bus review. They've since written to me to tell me that you've refused for them to come to the chamber. They've written back to me saying they'd like to come to the chamber and speak, just as we just heard then. I'll use some of the quotes that Councillor Adam just said. Councillor Adam just said, "We believe in service and we like hearing community stories." And she also just said...
Point of order,
One moment, please, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths, I'm speaking, so when I'm speaking, 1 moment, please. Councillor Griffiths, when I'm speaking, during the progress of a debate, any councillor then speaking or offering to speak shall immediately be seated. Be seated, councillor. Be seated, please. Councillor.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
Madam Chair, we have just had a very moving speech by 2 wonderful people, and we had this sort of behaviour that is a very poor reflection on this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I'm going to ask you to be seated, Councillor Griffiths. I actually do not uphold your point of order. This is not something for you to debate with me about. I am actively working, or have been actively working, to help your residents with their local concerns in the most constructive way. And I do not uphold your point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I move suspension of standing orders in order to move the following motion: that this council allows all residents
Councillor Griffiths, stop. Councillor Griffiths, stop speaking. It is a suspension of... Thank you, Councillor, and I'm telling you to stop speaking and resume your seat.
Seconded.
I will advise you, Councillor, and remind you that it is a procedural motion. And the procedure is this. I'm going to remind all of you going forward, I do not expect you to go into debate when you are getting up to move a procedural motion. Councillor, I'm not talking...
And the motion is about having residents...
Councillor Griffiths, do not yell at me.
Dictatorship by this Lord Mayor and the LNP
Councillor...
using their vast majority. That's what's happening here.
Councillor, stop calling out. Stop calling out. I've asked you to be seated. I've already explained to you the process and that you should be seated while I am speaking. When you're getting up to move a procedural motion, if you have a look at section 42, number 2, a councillor may during the debate on a matter at council meeting move the following procedural motion, and this is what you can say: that the standing rules be suspended to allow for a motion without notice about a matter that is not listed on the agenda. It is not for you to get up and debate. And Councillor,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm about to do it, and I do actually caution you about your behaviour, because I do consider you have displayed unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6), it has been moved by a procedural motion to suspend standing orders, has been moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Johnston. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor
Let's
Griffiths.
show them what you're doing in here.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded. Councillor Cassidy. By Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seat. We'll now begin question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Schrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by supporting our local community clubs. Can you please update the Chamber on some of the highlights from this year's Better Suburbs grants?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Adderman, for the question. I know that supporting community organisations and sporting clubs is something you're passionate about, and appreciate the question. Well, we recently had the announcement of the successful recipients of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants for this particular round. And I wanted to just for a moment go back to the origin of these grants. It was during the pandemic, and most of you will probably remember that there was a range of different grant programs that the council operated over the years. And because of the challenges of the pandemic, the feedback we received was that we needed multi-purpose grants and we needed a really fast process to get those grants assessed and awarded. And so we introduced the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grant initiative, and it's been really successful ever since 2021 when it first was introduced. There's been 440 grants paid out, amounting to more than $13 million in grants, and that's gone straight to the community clubs, sporting clubs, where it's making a difference out there. And so this round is no different. There's been some fantastic outcomes, and I was fortunate to visit a couple of the organisations just recently to see what the funding was going to and to hear their plans for growing participation and supporting their membership. First, I wanted to mention the Wilston Grange Australian Football Club, which is an institution in the northwestern suburbs, established back in 1945. The Wilston Grange Club is one of Queensland's oldest footy clubs. Wilston Grange were thrilled to receive $142,000 to upgrade the internal layout and external storage of their clubhouse, as well as installing extra security lighting to make their facility safer. They took Councillor Parry and I around the facility and explained that they'd had a number of break-ins to their facility, and this grant will help reorganise things and make them safer, but also protect the equipment and protect the buildings against getting damaged, vandalised or against theft. I also joined Councillor Adams at the Eastern Suburbs District Rugby League Club, which is the home of the Tigers, and they'll receive $129,000 towards refurbished bathrooms, replacing old unsafe flooring in their facilities, and they've done a lot of work over the years, but this is the next stage in their club's long history, and they also have a very long history as well. They do great work for the community, and they work with schools across Brisbane and Ipswich, having engaged more than 700 students to provide support, encouragement and mentorship, particularly for at-risk young people. And so this grant will make a real difference for them and for the people that they support. I went out to visit the Downey Park Netball Association with Councillor Wines, who, as you know, has been taking some paternity leave but couldn't miss this one, and so rolled up to talk to the Downey Park Netball Club about the funding that would help them expand the number of courts. And so this organisation is thriving. They already have a large number of courts, but there's a number of grass courts which they can't use for official competitions, they're sort of practice courts, and now they'll be able to formalise these courts and expand their offering. They have more than 440 teams playing there, which is just quite remarkable. And so this is one of the most successful netball organisations around. They're doing a fantastic job, and this money will help them provide more support. And then to change pace a little bit, not a sports club, but the Brisbane Jazz Club. Now, the Brisbane Jazz Club, a lot of people don't know, is actually a community club, and it is run by a passionate group of people who are passionate about not only jazz, but about community. And they have a little building down at Kangaroo Point, is probably one of the best positioned buildings in the city. But due to the design of the building, people sitting out the back can't actually see out the windows to the amazing Brisbane skyline or the river because the roof slopes down right to the front. And so they'll be upgrading the stage area. They'll also be adding in a higher front wall to increase their flood resilience. And at the moment, if you are playing a big sort of double bass, you're actually hitting the ceiling with the top of that double bass. So this will give them a wonderful opportunity to improve their facility for the generations to come. These are just a snapshot of the many grants that have been offered in this round, and this is something we're absolutely committed to and we will
Lord
keep
Mayor,
offering
your
in the
time
future.
has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Acting Chair of the Public Transport Committee, Councillor Toomey. And before I start, I'll just preface this is a bit of a long question. There's a lot in this, and I know Councillor Adams hates those, so I will take less than 2 minutes, though. So, Councillor Toomey, I'm seeking clarity on an issue that you made confusing for residents last week. Question time asked for an update on the Northside Bus Network Review, a commitment made by Council and the former state government in a bus funding agreement. You said, and I quote, "There is no Northern Bus Network Review being done on the new bus network." And the work you've done was particularly to the south and inner city. Then you said later in the meeting you confirmed a review would happen, but time constraints around it had been removed and it'll go ahead only when the development of the metro extension to the north proceeded, which we now know has been delayed. Since then, I've since been made aware that the network planning team in Council is currently undertaking what they describe, and I quote, a comprehensive review of the public transport network in Brisbane's northern
Point of
suburbs.
order, Madam Chair.
You may understand my confusion, Councillor
One
Toomey.
moment, please, Councillor Cassidy.
I know it was prefaced, but there's
One moment, I haven't called you Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, your point of order.
Sorry, it was prefaced, but there's a lot of quotes in there that we all heard as well, so can we get to a question in this, please?
I believe he's very close. Councillor Cassidy.
So, Councillor Toomey, did you deliberately mislead residents, or are council officers in fact doing this review but in isolation from TransLink? If so, what is the point of doing that?
Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I thank the 3 questions from Councillor Cassidy. Madam Chairman, it's very simple. In this particular case, Councillor Cassidy is misleading the chamber once again. The Northern Network Review was outlined in the core service contract signed in August 2025 and states clearly that the Northern Review is something that will be undertaken in line with the Northern Metro expansions. This should be clear and really simple. It is deeply misleading not just to this chamber but to the public to say that we have not met our contractual arrangements with the state government in relation to the Northern Review. On a particular post that Councillor Cassidy posted back in July 2024, he spruiked the points in his press release that the Transport Minister Bart Malish and then Premier Stephen Miles about the Heads of Government Agreement, which is a non-binding agreement, as Councillor Cassidy knows, as since then has been superseded by the core services contract that we signed in August 2025 with the Christopher government. That's more than 1 whole year, Madam Chairman, since that post that Councillor Cassidy did and the signing of that agreement that overwrote the initial Heads of Service agreement. The big issue here is, how did Councillor Cassidy miss this? How did he make this mistake? Councillor Cassidy was here in the chamber when Councillor Wines and the team in the Public Transport Services took all councillors through the details in the bus and metro contract, which was approved
Councillor Toomey.
by
Just
the
one
chamber.
moment, Councillor Toomey, your microphone. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
On relevance, I think Councillor Toomey is confused again for a second week in a row. I've been advised by the network planning team in Council, in his division that he's overseeing, that there is currently a comprehensive review of the public transport network in Brisbane's northern suburbs underway.
Thanks.
So what is that review?
Councillor, you've asked your question. You don't get to ask it again. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the real question is, in this administration, that Councillor Cassidy totally misunderstood the difference between the Heads of Government agreement and the contract proper, as he has willingly misled the chamber and the public. It is not too late for Councillor Cassidy to just admit that he's paying attention to the misinformation briefing that was to all councillors, and to admit that he still doesn't know the difference between those two agreements.
Further questions? Councillor Adams. 1 moment, Councillor Adams. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Again, if Councillor Toomey couldn't answer the question, we can take
Councillor,
it on notice.
I don't uphold your point of order. You've asked your question.
I mean, I understand he's probably been given his marching orders because he made young people look like fools.
You don't get to ask it again.
But he simply can't answer a question.
Cassidy. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the Chair of the Communities and
One
Arts
moment,
Committee.
please. Councillor Adams, sorry, can you... Thank you. Councillor Johnston, I caution you about calling out. Remain quiet while another councillor is speaking. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Communities and Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Lord Mayor has just shared some of the fantastic initiatives receiving funding through the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants, but there's even more to celebrate. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, we've got the Mighty East Tigers at Holland Park receiving an award.
One moment. Sorry, Councillor, if you can hold 1 moment. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
Oh, I thought this was question time, not reading statements out. Can Councillor Adams get to the question?
Thank you, Councillor. You might like to repeat your question, Councillor Adams.
There's a seal over there.
Councillor Marks, do not call out. I caution you. Just wait till everybody is quiet. Councillor Adams, your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we said, some fantastic initiatives with the East Tigers at Holland Park and also other clubs that support my area, like the Mighty Magpies at Souths Rugby Union Club, and will be receiving support for needed facility upgrades. Councillor Howard, can you please update the chamber on how even more community organisations are receiving funding on the south side?
Councillor Howard.
They're also excited to hear what I'm going to say, Madam Chair, that they can't contain themselves. So, thank you, Madam Chair. And
1 moment, Councillor Howard. We'll just wait for some decorum in the chamber. And everyone to be quiet. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Adams for the question, because Councillor Adams is absolutely right. When you look across the south side, there is so much to celebrate through the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. And it is worth saying again that this is the biggest community grants program ever delivered by this council, backing our local clubs and community groups so they can continue doing what they do best, strengthening the lifestyle of Brisbane residents. And Chair, as the Lord Mayor has just outlined, this program is one of the most successful ways that we support those passionate volunteers and club leaders who roll up their sleeves week after week. Because these clubs do not just run activities, they build belonging, they connect neighbours, they bring people together across suburbs, cultures and generations, and they are the heart of our communities. And on the south side, Chair, that community spirit is absolutely shining. So let's start at Upper Mount Gravatt with the Mount Gravatt Bowls Club. This is a club that has been part of the local community for decades, a place where seniors stay active, where social connections are formed and where competition thrives. Through the Better Suburbs grants, the Shrinner Council is delivering $72,000 to replace the bowling green roof sheeting at their clubhouse. Now, this might sound like a simple upgrade, but for our bowls community, it's essential. A roof that protects the green protects the entire club's ability to operate year-round, rain, hail or shine. And it is exactly the sort of practical investment that the Better Suburbs grants are designed for, supporting safe, reliable, welcoming spaces for locals. Across at Holland Park, our support for the Eastern Suburbs District Rugby League Football Club is going to make a huge difference for hundreds of local families who use WJ Scott Park every week. This club is receiving more than $129,000 to refurbish their bathrooms and replace worn flooring, upgrades that will improve safety, hygiene, accessibility and the overall experience for players, parents and visiting teams. Chair, these are not glamorous projects, but they are absolutely critical because when families arrive on a Saturday morning, it is clean, well-maintained and safe facilities that set the tone for a great community sporting experience. In Kangaroo Point, the iconic Brisbane Jazz Club, which the Lord Mayor mentioned, is receiving $96,232 for building renovations, including a higher front wall, new windows, a new green room, larger offices and raising the roof over the stage area. Now, Chair, this venue is a cultural treasure. It supports local musicians, it attracts visitors and it contributes to Brisbane's reputation as a vibrant, creative city. And these upgrades will help the club continue delivering unforgettable live music experiences while strengthening its long-term sustainability. At Weller Road Park in Tarragindi, the Brisbane visual arts community is receiving just over $17,500 to repaint their building exterior and replace non-compliant pipework. Now, Chair, this is a small but impactful grant. This is a group of artists and volunteers who maintain a creative community hub, a place where residents learn, exhibit, teach and share their craft. And ensuring that their building is compliant, safe and refreshed makes their community feel valued, welcomed and supported by this council. And Chair, I also want to highlight one more fantastic Southside club that is receiving a major boost in this round, the Kangaroo Point Rovers Football Club. This is a club that has been part of the fabric of the inner south for generations. A club where kids take their first steps in football, where parents and grandparents line the sidelines on weeknights and weekends, and where community has built one training session and one game at a time. Through the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants, Kangaroo Point Rovers are receiving $197,568 to install 4 brand new sports field light poles with modern LED fittings and upgraded switchboards. Chair, this is a game changer because lighting is not just about seeing the field at night, it's about safety, it's about capacity and it's about inclusion. Chair, this is exactly the kind of practical, forward-looking investment the Schrinner Council is delivering across Brisbane, funding that supports growth, that supports participation and that supports the vibrant, active lifestyle our residents value so deeply.
Councillor Howard, your time. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'll just note, Madam Chairman, you are way off with your allocation of questions at the moment and I've kept the list. My question is to Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, Oxley Road is an arterial road that carries 35,000 vehicles a day. It is chock-a-block full of potholes, cracks, subsidences. There's grass growing up out of it. It's had multiple potholes filled. It's been crack sealed with the black super glue, and it is generally in an appalling state across multiple suburbs. Do you agree with your colleague, Councillor Hutton, who you were just speaking with, that Oxley Road is perfectly safe and does not need resurfacing? If you don't agree with Councillor Hutton, when will Oxley Road be resurfaced and made safe for residents?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I think that Councillor Johnston must have very good hearing to understand whatever Councillor Hutton was saying to me from the other side of the room. But what Councillor Hutton was saying to me is that no one is better than the Schrinner Council when it comes to filling potholes in this city. Last financial year, we filled more than 62,000 potholes all across Brisbane, and this is after the weather events that we've had, Madam Chair, and the significant impact.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor
I'm really interested in knowing the answer to this question about when are they actually...
I'd ask you to bring him back to the question. That is not a point of order. I do not uphold your point of order. Resume your seat.
Madam Chair, I thought Councillor Johnston asked the question, not Councillor Griffiths, but we've got two strong hearts over there for the South Side. We know that they back each other up when it comes to misrepresenting what Council does out in the suburbs in this place. Now, I was getting to the question, what does 62,000 potholes mean in terms of meterage? 50,000 square metres of repaired road surface, which is, for this council, a record result. Let me say that again, Madam Chair, a record result for road resurfacing in the last year. And in this latest budget, we've allocated an additional $2 million on top of that. Now, Councillor Johnston asked about Oxley Road. 13 kilometres Oxley Road is. It's quite a substantial road. And if Councillor Johnston wants to talk about exactly where on Oxley Road, I'd be more than happy to take that up with the team, with the asphalt and aggregates team, and we would be more than happy to look at that. But the reality is, if we look at all councillors in this room, Madam Chair, 26 different councillors and 27 if you include the Lord Mayor, which councillor got the most roads resurfaced in the budget in the last year? Can anyone take a guess what councillor that might be? Where in the chamber? What side? We reckon it'll be this side of the chamber, or? I reckon it's actually over that side of the chamber, and I reckon it might be the person who asked me the question. I reckon there might be other councillors on this side that would be jealous of you, Councillor Johnston, in terms of how much road resurfacing that you had. 20 odd roads resurfaced in the 25-6 budget, the most of any councillor, and the beneficiary of the record investment that Team Schrinner makes in road resurfacing, getting the basics right in our city, looking after our $40 billion asset base, improving it, planning for it, designing it, renewing it all the time, Madam Chair. And the reality is that we know that the Labor Party agree, because last year Councillor Kim actually congratulated Councillor Johnston on what a great result she had in the budget. So there's actually bipartisan support on the other side of the chamber for the great work that Team Schrinner is doing in Tennyson Ward, Madam Chairman. And you know how we know that? The Lord Mayor wins the vote in Tennyson Ward each and every time. Each and every time Tennyson Ward votes for a Team Schrinner mayoral candidate, Team Quirk before that, and even, dare I say, Councillor Johnston, Campbell Newman before that. So there has long been support for this side of the chamber in your ward, because they see what you don't. They see that we actually deliver for the residents of Tennyson Ward. They see the parks improving. They see the road surfaces smoother than ever before. They see the bountiful gifts that this administration bestow upon the people who actually do support us and do vote for us. But the councillor who is represented in this chamber has nothing but disdain for us, never says thank you, never asks nicely, is just so rude and frankly, nasty in committee. But, it doesn't stop us, Madam Chairman. It does not discourage us. We will keep delivering.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I find the councillor's behaviour really offensive, and it isn't going through you. You aren't pulling him up. To call another councillor rude and nasty is not on.
That's interesting. I think you've actually called me a few of those. Councillor Murphy.
Well, Madam Chair, from Councillor Griffiths, who's called councillors a grub in this place before, come on, please. The pot calling the kettle black, Madam Chair, come on. Anyway, look, Councillor Griffiths, you did, and you're laughing now. He's proud of it, Madam Chair. He's proud of using that language in this place.
Please continue, Councillor Murphy.
Apparently nasty is worse than grub.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You're not meant to actually address councillors directly. It's meant to be through you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, which I have already done. Councillor Murphy. Finished?
But in any case, Madam Chair, if Councillor Johnston wants to let us know what part of Oxley Road we can prioritise, more than happy to have a look into that for her. More than happy to ask for more money to be allocated to her ward, as it was in the last budget, in the next budget that the Schrinner Council will deliver in just a few months' time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Council wasn't actually directly addressing the councillor, Councillor Griffiths. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair, just so everybody in Brisbane knows how sad that was. Oxley Road is just over 6 kilometres.
Councillor, that is not a point of order. Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Chair of the Communities and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, it's not just the south side that will benefit from the latest round of the Lord Mayor's Better Suburb grants. We've got plenty of awesome clubs on the north side too. Can you please update the chamber on how clubs like the mighty Wilston Grange Gorillas will benefit from the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Parry for the question. And one of the things I absolutely love about Brisbane is the way that our local clubs just roll up their sleeves and get things done for their suburbs. And on the north side, you see it everywhere, from the junior footy teams bursting out onto the park in Aspley and Kedron, to the netballers, the cricketers, the volunteers setting up fields before sunrise, to the paddlers pushing off from the river at Albion, no matter the weather. Those groups don't do it for recognition. They do it because they love their community and they want to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better for everyone around them. And that is exactly what the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants program is all about. Again, this is the biggest community grants program in the history of this council, designed, created and delivered by the Shrinner Council to back the people who make our suburbs thrive. Since launching in 2021, the program has supported more than 440 community groups with over $12.8 million in funding right across Brisbane, helping them grow, upgrade facilities and welcome even more locals through their doors. Now, there are two streams: the community facility, with funding up to $200,000 for planning, design and construction, and community support, up to $10,000 for the practical, everyday things that make a club run. And importantly, Chair, this sits within a Program 5 budget that delivers the biggest investment in community grants ever, while keeping Brisbane's residential rates the lowest in South East Queensland and delivering a balanced budget. That is the Shrinner Council's approach. We back our suburbs, we back our lifestyle, and we do it responsibly. Now, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Parry is absolutely right. It is not only the south side enjoying the benefits of this latest round, the north side is a huge winner. And while the Lord Mayor has already spoken about a few fantastic projects like the clubhouse renovations we're funding at Wilston Grange, I want to shine a light on other north side clubs that are celebrating big wins in this round. We are delivering $200,000 to Warehouse Cricket Association Queensland for brand new change rooms to serve their 10 cricket ovals. These change rooms will include female amenities, which is so important as more and more women and girls take up cricket on the north side. The club has backing from its members, it contributes its own funding, and the need is clear. This is the kind of upgrade families will notice the moment they arrive on a Saturday morning. In Tygum, the Shrinner Council is delivering another great win. We are providing $200,000 to Hawks Sporting Club at Tygum Place Park to install new LED field lighting. This means safer training into the evening, more flexibility for coaches and more opportunities for juniors and seniors to get out on the field. And again, this is a club that puts its own skin in the game. They fundraise, they volunteer, they do the hard yards. We are stepping in to help them with the big ticket infrastructure delivery. And Chair, it's not all about fields. Down on the river at Albion, we're delivering $145,000 to the Brisbane Paddling Club for a brand new concrete pontoon and gangway at the Argyle Street complex. It's a simple project, but it makes all the difference. It means safer, easier, more reliable access to the river, not only for the Brisbane Paddling Club, but for all the groups who share that precinct. That is what target investment looks like. A small change that makes a big impact. The Kedron Football Club at Mercer Park is receiving $122,000 for new ambulant and accessible amenities. This is incredibly important. It brings their facilities up to modern standards and ensures people with disability can participate, spectate and feel welcome. When we say sport is for everyone, this is how we make sure that it's not just a slogan but a reality. And on the northwest corridor, we're literally helping clubs grow upward as well as outward. Westside Sports Club at Grovely Sports Ground in Capera is receiving $200,000 to build a second story on their clubhouse, complete with a lift. This will completely transform the space, more room, better accessibility and a much better experience for every player, volunteer and parent who walks through the door. Across the north side, these clubs represent just a slice of the upgrades happening right now through the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. Lighting upgrades so more kids can train safely after school, new and refurbished change rooms to support women's sport, better access to the river, more inclusive, accessible facilities, and all of it delivered as part of a bigger statewide commitment to community facilities and club infrastructure through Program 5 while still keeping rates low and the budget balanced. This is what responsible, community-focused
Councillor
government
Howard, your
looks like.
time has expired. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Recently, rough sleepers on the NDIS were removed from Musgrave Park and had their prescription medication confiscated by council officers. How is confiscating prescription medication from people with disabilities and complex needs consistent with Brisbane City Council's stated commitment to compassion and safety, and what concrete steps will you take to ensure these people are treated with dignity, care and appropriate support rather than punishment?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Massey, for the question. We saw some really concerning things happening recently in council parks where in recent times we've had more than 600 needles discarded around Musgrave Park. And in fact, in the period since over the past 6 months, more than 1,600 needles have been collected from homeless encampments right across Brisbane. And so what we see here is a situation where a council officer, in performing their duties, in trying to go about their work, which they are engaged to do, was pricked with a needle. And I want to think about the rights of that council officer.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
The question is about the confiscation of prescribed medication by council officers.
The Lord Mayor is answering your question, and he has 5 minutes to do so. Lord Mayor.
Well, there was someone arrested with methamphetamine. I'm not sure if that's what Councillor Massey was talking about, but we know that
Point of order, Chair. This person was at the wrong library waiting for that officer to return their medication.
Councillor,
this is disregard to the residents of Brisbane.
Please resume your seat. You've asked the question. Do not interrupt the Lord Mayor again. The Lord Mayor is answering the question and he has 5 minutes to do so. And Councillor Strunk, please stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. It's really disappointing that Councillor Massey doesn't want to hear the answer to this question.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
As we've seen.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I'm sure I did not just hear the Lord Mayor imply that people who were homeless were meth addicts.
Yes. Councillor,
and I'm sure, Madam Chairman, that is
be very careful, Councillor.
Meeting conduct under the Councillor.
Councillor, I'm trying to speak. No. That is not a point of order, so resume your seat.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Councillor.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, my understanding...
Councillor, I didn't call you. I've just said I do not uphold your point of order. The Lord Mayor is on his feet speaking, and I do not uphold your point of order. Let him finish answering the question.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair, and I believed you had called me. You said councillor,
I did, and I did not uphold that. Have you got a second one?
Yes, I do. That was... Yeah, righto, good. You're on top of it. Madam Chairman, my understanding of what a point of order is if a person commits an act of unsuitable meeting conduct, which is a breach of the Councillor Code of Conduct, that is unsuitable meeting conduct. Now, the Lord Mayor has not spoken reasonably, respectfully, fairly or honestly about people, and I'm just wondering why you're saying that it's not a point of order.
Well, I don't uphold that claim. I do not uphold your point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
Talking about, it's one moment, please. And if we're talking about unsuitable meeting conduct, continually talking over the top of me while I'm speaking and asking for a point of order when I'm speaking, Councillor Massey, that is unsuitable meeting conduct. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Massey, point of order.
Is it suitable meetings behaviour for the Lord Mayor to suggest that the person on NDIS that I'm talking about is a meth addict and was arrested, which were what the Lord Mayor just stated?
No, Councillor. Councillor?
He did say that. It's on the record.
Well, I don't uphold your point of order. Let the Lord Mayor answer the question. He has 5 minutes to provide a response. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I was nodding in response to a question that Councillor Cunningham asked me, rather than the constant interruption here, where it's quite clear that the opposition does not want me to talk about the facts here. They want to load it up with emotive claims, which are just not true. And so what I can tell you is that the Queensland Police Service arrested a person in the homeless encampment in Musgrave Park just last week for possession of methamphetamine. Okay, this is the facts. This is not speculation. Someone was arrested,
please, Lord Mayor.
for being in possession of meth.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Chair, relevance to the question, it is about a rough sleeper on the NDIS that was removed from Musgrave Park, that was not arrested, whose medication was confiscated.
Thank you.
Prescription medication.
It doesn't matter how many times you repeat that question, Councillor Massey. We heard the question. The Lord Mayor has constantly been interrupted. He has not made an overall statement about all homeless people whatsoever. He's just stated a particular fact. If you don't like that, that doesn't mean you can keep getting up and interrupting. No, Councillor, do not call out.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor.
So let's stick to the facts, because, as I said, unfortunately the opposition wants to try and create some emotion around here, and this is a very factual matter. The facts are, since September last year, more than 644 used needles have been collected in Musgrave Park by council officers.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Madam Chair, I refer you to section 33, 6, 7 and 8 of the meeting's local law. In particular, that in answering a question, the following rules shall apply. The answer shall be relevant and succinct. Councillor Massey's question was about council confiscating prescription medication from a homeless person. It was not about used needles. It was not about meth addicts. It was not about meth arrests.
I don't need you to get up.
The Lord Mayor is not being relevant or succinct, and I ask you to apply the meeting's local law.
As I said, the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer. I don't need you to get up and read that out to me. Lord Mayor. Councillor, one moment, please. One moment, Lord Mayor.
Of the used needles that were collected.
Please.
I'm happy to table this.
Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out as well. Thank you. Be quiet while the Lord Mayor is on his feet.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Will you caution the Lord Mayor for his unsuitable meeting conduct in shouting over the top of you while you were speaking just then?
Councillor, sit down. You had your hand up. You're getting up before the Lord Mayor did that. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So I table this photograph of the used needles that were collected. I table this photograph of a machete that was found in a tent in Musgrave Park. That wasn't a prescription machete.
Councillors.
And I table a photograph of a tent on fire in Musgrave Park.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Madam Chair, Brisbane residents are entitled to respect. Councillor Ryan Murphy shouted out, it's not a prescription machete. He interjected loudly, clearly and inappropriately, and you took no action against him.
I actually did, but you were not paying attention. Thank you.
Councillor,
I don't uphold your point of order.
Resume your seat
so that the Lord Mayor can answer the question. Lord Mayor.
Now, Councillor Massey knows full well, she knows this, that when the council officers visit, together with the Department of Housing, which happens a couple of times each week in Musgrave Park, they are always approached, the residents in there are approached and asked if they want support and if they need support. Yep. Always. And there have been many, many great stories of people being put into accommodation.
Point of order, Chair.
Many great stories.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
We are so far into this question, and the question is, how is confiscated prescription medication for people with disabilities and complex needs consistent with Brisbane City Council? Please bring the Lord Mayor in line to answer the question.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. I'll make the call on what is relevant regarding the answer and whether it is succinct, and I will ask you to stop making repetitive points of order that are the same. And if you don't get it answered because you've eaten into the time, then that is on you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Massey is also aware then when council officers go in to clean up a park which has been made unsafe by an unsafe encampment, that the people living in the tents are given the opportunity to remove their own items. Always. Take what you want. They've given that opportunity. So if there's prescription medication that's been left behind, don't claim that it's been confiscated. That is misleading and wrong. They are given the opportunity to remove anything that they wish to retain. But you know what? There's been something like 16 tonnes of waste left in Musgrave Park and other parks in recent times. 16 tonnes. And so time and time again, when people are given the opportunity to remove their items from the park, they leave them for council officers to clean up. And one of those council officers that was cleaning up was pricked by accident by a needle. Now, just think for a moment about the human rights of that officer, because they now are facing 6 weeks of uncertainty, 6 weeks of testing, 6 weeks of anxiety and psychological damage, not knowing whether they have contracted a disease from doing their job. Where's the Greens' concern for that council officer, who actually their job is out there
Lord Mayor,
helping
your time
people,
has expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also to the Chair of the Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the eastern suburbs enjoys the best lifestyle that Brisbane has to offer. Can you please update the Chamber on how we're making it even better through the Lord Mayor's Better Suburb grants?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. And you are absolutely right, Councillor Atwood, to say that the eastern suburbs enjoy some of the very best of Brisbane's lifestyle. From our riverfront corridors to our parklands, from our creative neighbourhoods to our thriving community hubs, the east side is vibrant, it is energetic and it is deeply connected. And Chair, that is exactly why the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants are so important, because when you have communities that are already strong and already active, investments like these don't just maintain what is there. They unlock even more potential, they spark new opportunities, they improve access, they improve experiences and improve the places where people gather. And that is what the Shrinner Council is delivering across the east side right now. So, Chair, let me begin in Morningside, at a place that is genuinely one of Brisbane's most inspiring creative spaces, the home of the Vulcana Women's Circus at Combsley Reserve. Vulcana is not just a circus, it is a community. It's a safe space for women and gender-diverse people to explore performance, physicality, confidence and creativity in an environment that welcomes every skill level and every background. And through the Better Suburbs grants, we are supporting Vulcana with more than $183,000 for building renovations to improve access and usability throughout their facility. Chair, these upgrades are not cosmetic. They are transformational. They will help Volcana open their doors to even more participants, people who may never have imagined themselves in a circus space, and they will ensure the building meets modern standards for accessibility, safety and long-term sustainability. That is what it looks like when we back grassroots arts organisations. We empower them to share their work with more people, more often, in better spaces. Next, let me move to Camp Hill, where the Camp Hill Community and Sporting Club has been serving residents for decades through bowls, community events and social connection. This club is receiving $150,000 for planning and design work to renovate their toilet amenities, with a focus on improving disability access at Perth Street Park. Chair, I cannot emphasise enough how vital this is, because inclusion does not happen by accident. It takes planning, it takes investment and it takes a commitment this Shrinner Council is proud to demonstrate. Upgrading accessibility is not just a box-ticking exercise. It changes who can participate. It changes who feels welcome. And it ensures that older residents and people with disability can remain active, social and engaged at their local club. This is what it looks like when we invest in dignity and belonging. And Chair, the East Side is not only home to fantastic arts organisations and sporting clubs, it's also home to some of the most beloved early learning communities in Brisbane. The Carina Kindergarten and Preschool Association is receiving $110,000 for the planning and design of a new playground.
Sorry, Councillor Howard, but our time has expired. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 16th of February 2026.
Madam Chair, I move that a report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 16th of February 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 16th of February 2026 be adopted. All those... Oh, sorry, Lord Mayor, is there any debate?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to properly administer the meeting's local law with respect to question time and in failing to ensure that questions are appropriately allocated to the different parties.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair, so I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Sandy Lander's behaviour in question time today has been honestly and truly disgusting. Councillor Landers is accountable under the Councillor Code of Conduct for ensuring that the meeting rules are administered fairly, honestly, reasonably, justly, and a whole range of other things in compliance with council policy, rules and procedure. Now, I note that the Lord Mayor has fled the chamber, but his behaviour today in response to Councillor Massey's question and other people's questions was truly reprehensible. Councillor Massey asked a question about a homeless Brisbane resident whose medication had been removed or something had happened during the incident at Musgrave Park. Now, every single councillor in this place and every person in Brisbane knows these are complicated and awful issues when we have to deal with problems in our parks. It is terrible for the people who are homeless, it is terrible for the people who use the parks, but the Lord Mayor today has demonised, absolutely demonised a person when the simple question was asked to whether or not this person's medication had been removed. The Lord Mayor called that person a meth addict. The Lord Mayor then went on to talk about needles.
Point of order.
The Lord Mayor...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order. Yeah, Councillor Howard.
Councillor Johnston is stating things that are totally untrue.
Councillor Johnston, please come back to your motion.
Yeah, I don't believe it is point of order, but anyway, because if honesty was actually enforced in this place, there'd be a lot of LNP councillors doing nothing. But that's okay, because that side can make points of order and they're valid, but this side can't. And that is exactly the issue. You've got your training wheels on, Mr Deputy Chair. But the problem is the Lord Mayor's behaviour today, when asked a genuine question, was to spend the whole time demonising homeless people, calling them meth addicts, and that is inappropriate. We live in a society that has complex needs, and the issues around this should be treated with respect, with courtesy, with fairness, and none of that happened today. And when multiple councillors raised it, because it is a breach of the meeting's local law to not answer the question. It's as simple as that. Section 33(8) of the meeting's local law says that the answer must be relevant and succinct. Now, to that, the Chair of Council held up her hand and said, "I don't need you to tell me the rules." Not that the Lord Mayor has to follow the rules. I mean, the rules don't apply to him at all. And Councillor Landers, week after week, is acting in a biased, unprofessional and outrageously improper way. Now, on top of that, and I'm sure some other councillors would like to speak about that, over the past few weeks, well, I haven't had a question since the 3rd of February. Generally speaking, questions go side to side with an allocation for the Greens councillors and myself. Now, the Greens may have some issues with this as well. But since my last question, the ALP have had 7 or 8 questions, and they have had 4 representatives in the chamber for the last few weeks. They have had double the allocation of questions that they are entitled to. And that is at my expense. That is at the expense of my community and my ability to ask questions. So again, the Chair of Council is not acting fairly, reasonably, in line with the meeting's local law, and is engaging in biased behaviour. Now, this is unacceptable. It's going on week after week after week. It is bad enough that the LNP changed all the meeting's rules to restrict the level of debate, but to allow the Lord Mayor to demonise people publicly on the record, to allow some councillors more questions than others despite the statutory requirements, that is unsuitable meeting conduct by this Chair. It is ongoing, it is blatant, it is inappropriate, and her obligations under the councillor's code of conduct are not being met. It is appalling that the LNP will simply continue to support this bad behaviour. And to every single LNP councillor on that side who says hello to me in the corridor and thinks that they want to have a conversation with me, stand up and do the right thing. Don't pretend to be fake nice to me afterwards. Do the right thing now and don't
Councillor
support
Johnston, your
Councillor
time
Landers.
has expired. Further speaker on the motion? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on this. What we saw beforehand for a question that was genuine. A genuine question. And I'm going to give a little background to this. To one, there's actually 2 to this rough sleeper. This rough sleeper fell between the cracks.
Mr Chair.
Point of order, yes.
My understanding is that we're debating the Chair's behaviour, not
right.
things that have been mentioned.
But I'm getting to it. I'm talking about the person that I asked in the question and the behaviour that came from that.
Yeah, come back to the
so
motion.
this NDIS person, someone with disabilities and complex
Mr. Chair,
health.
the NDIS person is not part of council. It's not part of the Chair's responsibility.
Yes. Councillor Massey, please come back to
this is
the
the
right
person that I'm
debate.
talking about that, through you, Chair, Deputy Chair, Councillor Landers failed to give this person respect. This is the person I'm talking about within the question that I've asked, so it's relevant to this debate.
You don't have to repeat that content again.
Okay.
But to the succinct to the
and
motion.
I'm talking about this person. That was a part of the question that Councillor, through you, the Chair, Councillor Landers, did not give any respect to.
The opposition council keep asking to be succinct, and I ask you to do that, please. To the point, to the motion itself.
I have 5 minutes for debate, Deputy Chair. Are you saying that I can't speak to the person who's in the question that we're actually debating about right now? Come on. Come on now.
You speak to the motion itself, not the circumstances.
The person with the NDIS that I talked about in the question is a person that did not get arrested. This is a person that has fallen through the cracks and has... And Councillor Landers has failed to recognise this person that was in a genuine question or make the Lord Mayor answer that question. This is someone who is genuinely has fallen through the cracks. This is not someone that left all their belongings.
Point of order.
This is someone...
Yes.
Mr Chair.
Yes, sorry, point of order.
I'd like to question whether Councillor Massey is continually not listening to your ruling, that this is actually about Councillor Landers, unfortunately, not her question.
Yeah, thank you, I got it. Yes, Councillor Massey, come back to the motion.
I keep saying that Councillor Landers has failed to recognise this person and the authenticity of this, and through that, Chair, Councillor Landers, through you, let the Lord Mayor completely demonise, dehumanise, and ignore someone who had very real challenges. Someone who sat and waited for a Brisbane City Council worker at Toowong Library because they took his prescribed medication. And instead of answering the question, which is a simple question, it is not compassionate. We are supposed to be committed to compassion. And then the next part of the question, through you, Chair, that Councillor Landers, that the Lord Mayor, through you, Deputy Chair, ignored was what are we going to do to be better on that? At no point earlier on did the Chair actually stop the Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, from actually dehumanising this person. And in the end, didn't even answer the question. Assumed that it was in bad faith, took it as an attack, even with all the point of orders, did not put the Lord Mayor back on track to answer what is a very real question on what this council has done that is not right. And to enable the Lord Mayor to then stand up and dehumanise every single rough sleeper in this city, to say that they are all criminals, to say that they are all drug users, which is what...
Councillor Massey.
And for that to not be called up, through you, Chair, by Deputy Chair, by Councillor Landers, is unsuitable meeting behaviour. We are supposed to treat all residents of Brisbane with respect. All of them, including the ones that have fallen through the cracks. Because we are certainly not doing anything about the housing crisis in this building. And we're pushing people further and further into the distance and into the darkness away supports, and the Lord Mayor should have answered that question, and Councillor Landers should have done her job and kept him on the question.
Further speaker, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, the question that we have to answer here is whether Councillor Landers engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct as the Chair of Council. And the claim made by the opposition effectively is that Councillor Landers engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by not reprimanding the Lord Mayor. That hinges on a claim that they are making that he called this person that was referred to in Councillor Massey's question a meth addict. He never said words like that. He never said words like that. What he did say is that someone was arrested for possession of methamphetamine during the cleaning operation in the park, which is where they also found 600 needles, Deputy Chair, and a machete, which I can tell you were probably not prescription items.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
We know Councillor Murphy likes to make a joke of everything, but you've just spent the last 5 minutes interrupting Councillor Massey, telling her she wasn't speaking to the motion. Why aren't you doing that to your colleague, Councillor Ryan Murphy, right now?
I'm about to do that. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And this unsuitable meeting conduct claim hangs on the thread that the opposition is making around the Lord Mayor calling this person that Councillor Massey asked a question about a meth addict, which I am telling you he did in fact not do. And they have got up there and they have waxed lyrical about this and they've tried to tell this big lie. But the reality is, Deputy Chair, that didn't happen. That's not what he said. And the Hansard and the record will show exactly that, Deputy Chair. Now, I understand this is an emotive issue and Greens will have different views to the LNP on this. Surprise, surprise. The Greens support decriminalisation of drugs. The LNP is tougher on law and order. It's an emotive issue, Chair. But
Councillor Murphy, sorry, that's not relevant. Please come back.
I agree, Deputy Chair. I agree. I agree it's not relevant, and other speakers have spoken about that quite a bit. What is relevant here is whether Councillor Landers, the Chair of Council, acted appropriately in not reprimanding the Lord Mayor for the claim that they have made. And because he did not do that, then of course it must follow that she acted appropriately in not reprimanding him. Therefore, this motion must fail, and I urge all councillors to vote against it, and I move it now be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy that the motion be put, seconded by Councillor Edmund. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Who seconded? So use. Yep. It was moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey, for division. Yeah, for the division. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Yep. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is now being put. Councillor Johnston, your right of reply.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Firstly, this motion's been moved with a number of issues in it, not just one. One, Councillor Landers' failure to allocate questions fairly to the Leader of the Opposition, to the Greens and to myself. Two, by allowing the Lord Mayor to demonise a homeless person, by speaking about drug use, serious issues, drug use, needles, harm to council officers, when that was not the question that was asked. The meetings local law is very clear. The meetings local law, section 33(8), says the answer to a question must be relevant and succinct. Week after week, Councillor Sandy Landers allows the LNP, particularly the Lord Mayor, to not answer the question that was asked, but to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. That is not what the meetings local law say. The meetings local law says an answer must be relevant and succinct. If the question is about prescription medication for an NIDS person, implying they're a meth user and had needles is not relevant and not succinct. It is also, and what's worse, it is also disrespectful, unfair and inappropriate under the Councillor's Code of Conduct, which applies to Councillor Landers as well, as the Lord Mayor. Now, Councillor Landers does uphold making adverse statements about council officers and other people, but when the Lord Mayor does it, it's fair game. It's fair game because presumably this is a homeless person and he's in the way of the Lord Mayor's hard right agenda. It's not good enough. It's not appropriate under the meeting's local law. That is the problem here. That is why Councillor Landers is being called out on her behaviour today, because she is not being respectful to those residents about whom these issues have been raised, and she has not fairly and reasonably applied the meeting's local law. That's why. In addition to that, all throughout question time today, opposition councillors have been cautioned. Despite the fact that Councillor Murphy was calling out, he wasn't cautioned. You know, having a joke with the Lord Mayor. This is what was going on in the chamber, and maybe the people at home didn't hear it and didn't see it. But while the Lord Mayor was speaking about the meth issues, the jokes were coming from the LNP about it. Was it prescription meth? Was it a prescription machete? That's what Councillor Ryan Murphy was doing in the chamber here earlier today. He was interjecting. They were making a joke out of this. It's not a joke. It's serious. And the person who is responsible for administering the rules in this place, Councillor Sandy Landers, sat there through all of it, despite the genuine concerns that were raised, and did nothing, despite her positive obligation to do so under the meeting's local law and under the Councillor Code of Conduct. That is not a person who is fit and proper to be the chair of this council. Putting aside the Lord Mayor's bad behaviour, allowing Councillor Murphy to make jokes about prescription meth and prescription machetes was outrageous. He wasn't called up. He wasn't noted in the minutes. None of that's happened. This is what goes on week after week after week. People deserve to be treated with respect, particularly those people who are just residents of Brisbane. I mean, I'll put up with being rude and nasty like that, whatever. I mean, juvenile. But this poor homeless person out there whose whole life has been destroyed, and yes, there are consequences for council and public space and everybody else, but their whole life has been destroyed. And in an attempt to raise this issue with the Lord Mayor, who is supposed to be leading one of the most inclusive, fabulous cities in the world, he and his team make jokes about prescription meth, needles, meth addicts, prescription machetes, and the chair of council allows them to do it. If anybody has any doubt about what is wrong with this chamber, it is the chair of this council, Councillor Sandy Landers, when she will not address the behaviour of the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy that we saw today. It was wrong, it was a breach of the rules and the Code of Conduct, and Councillor Landers should be upheld for unsuitable meeting conduct.
I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is closed. Councillors, please return to your seats. And can someone advise the chair to come back to the chamber? Madam Chair, the chamber has decided you have not engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. Please return to the chair.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So I had moved the motion. Had we voted on that? Just remind me.
Well, we've moved the motion. Yep, we're good to go. Lord Mayor, you can start the debate.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I just want to reflect on that question that was asked by Councillor Massey, and despite repeated opposition attempts to disrupt me from answering the question, and despite ongoing attempts to avoid the facts from coming out, these are facts that I was talking about. It is important that the people of Brisbane know those facts, because we have, week in, week out, been working with housing authorities, going to homeless encampments, including Musgrave Park, at least twice a week, to get people the support and help they need. Now, if you are still in a tent encampment like Musgrave Park at this point in time, it is because you have either refused to engage with the help that's available, because you have been repeatedly kicked out of accommodation and are not eligible to go into that accommodation because of behavioural issues. These are the kinds of reasons that we're seeing. So this idea that, without any engagement, council officers rolled up and removed people's property is neglecting the serious safety issues here. Because when it comes to human rights, what we have here under Queensland state law is we have a fundamental responsibility to balance the right for personal freedom with the right to personal safety. And that is our responsibility. And the Human Rights Act does not say that one is more important than the other. It doesn't actually give a hierarchy when it comes to those two human rights. And so at the point where someone's personal freedom to act in the way that they want to impinges on someone else's safety, that's when government authorities are expected to come in with a plan to respond to the situation. And that is exactly what we have done. And that is exactly what we have been doing consistently and repeatedly across the city. Now, there are plenty of people who say that we haven't acted fast enough when it comes to removing tents from public land. Now, there are some people who say that we shouldn't act at all. And it's quite clear that the Greens and Labor are in that group. Now, Councillor Johnston said something...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation of, the Greens.
The misrepresentation, I'll remind you again, is in regards to something that you said in a speech in this meeting. That is what a misrep is to be used for.
It's a generalisation because the Lord Mayor is basically talking about things that are not true.
Councillor, I don't uphold that. Lord Mayor.
It was quite interesting. Councillor Johnston said something that was quite revealing of the level of ignorance at play here, or the deliberate desire to misrepresent the situation. She claimed that this was some kind of hard right agenda. Well, the clearing of tent encampments is happening in the Socialist Republic of New York City right now as we speak. And in fact, the new socialist mayor of New York City was elected promising that he would leave the encampments alone. And then there was a diabolical blizzard and 19 people died on the streets.
Lord Mayor, one moment, please. Look, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Point of order.
Thank you. It's quite clear that Councillor Johnston is ignorant of these things. In Democrat-run cities like New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Jose, Oakland, California, and even in Washington, DC, all of those cities are clearing up tent encampments. They are all left-wing cities. They are all Democrat-run and controlled cities. Are they running a hard right agenda? No, they're not. Because they have finally understood that if you really care, you can't leave people in dangerous tent encampments indefinitely. You just can't. Nobody that cares would ever want that. And if we really care about public safety, then we can't stay still either. Now, Councillor Massey rails on about what's happened in Musgrave Park, but what she won't tell you is what her residents are saying. So I'm going to read into the record some correspondence that has come from her residents. Musgrave Park has become virtually unusable for its intended purpose and poses genuine safety concerns for local families and children. This is a direct quote. There have been instances of violence, fights, drug dealing and constant screaming throughout the night. I have been screamed at by people occupying the park while walking past with my children. Our children will not use the play area due to the unsettling surroundings. My children have also found needles. The residents of this area deserve better. Our children deserve safe places to play. The level of waste accumulation is staggering and represents both a health hazard and an environmental disgrace. One of the local Aboriginal community members, Ms Sandy, has said on the record in public, in fact in the media, about Musgrave Park. Every time I come down here, I see nothing but violence. I see nothing but people doing alcohol and drugs. I'm afraid to bring my grandchildren here, which is a very sacred site. And then, in November last year, an email that was sent both to Councillor Massey and myself. Dear Trina, I'm a resident and ratepayer on Cordelia Street, and I, along with many other residents, are completely fed up with the inaction by yourself and Brisbane City Council. You're elected on the promise of making the Gabba ward better. Well, I'm sorry you are failing to do so. We now have over 50 tents in Musgrave Park and people defecating and shooting up in broad daylight. The end has come and we now have a homeless person set up camp at the back of our building on our property. I suggest you start doing your job you are paid to. Come down, take a look yourself and see how bad it's become. We are totally fed up and want to feel safe in our neighbourhood. I hope you can feel our frustration. Another email from Saturday the 21st of February to myself and Councillor Hutton. Dear Councillor Hutton, thank you for your considered response for the time taken to address my concerns regarding Musgrave Park. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the Lord Mayor, the Council officers and Queensland Police Service for the decisive and coordinated action that has recently taken place. The removal of the illegally camped tents has made a noticeable difference and the park now feels significantly safer, more welcoming and more accessible for the broader community. Importantly, I also wish to acknowledge the professionalism and sensitivity shown throughout the process. While these matters are never simple, the outcome has clearly improved community amenity and safety, which is deeply valued by local residents and park users. Please extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved. And that's a long-term resident living opposite the park. Another email from November last year to the Gabba Ward Office and myself. I'm writing to you as a resident of South Brisbane who is deeply concerned about the worsening conditions in Musgrave Park. I live directly across the road and witness the daily deterioration of what would be a safe, clean and accessible space, or what should be, not what would be. There are now multiple tents permanently set up in the park. The occupants leave behind drug paraphernalia, litter and engage in nightly disturbances, yelling, screaming and fighting that regularly wake up residents in the early hours. Our community cannot use the park. It has become unsafe, unsanitary and unwelcoming. Council has approved numerous high-rise developments in the area, and we have because we're supporting the construction of new homes, yet the only green space available as our backyard is no longer usable. Imagine someone pitching a tent in your backyard, leaving needles and shouting throughout the night. Would you accept that? So what Councillor Massey and Labor try to portray as a very simple issue is not so simple. It's very complicated. It's an issue that cities all around the world are experiencing, and cities both on the left and in the centre, not sure about the right, but they are all responding by clearing these encampments because it's the right thing to do. Now, people rightly ask, well, where do they go? If you're removing the tents, where do they go? They are repeatedly contacted by Department of Housing.
Your time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adam. And all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, thank you. At least twice a week in Musgrave Park, our officers go together with Department of Housing officials to offer support.
Sorry, one moment, Lord Mayor. Actually, no, Councillor Massey, you are not to call out. And when you walked out, calling out before, you left before I could caution you, and I will formally do it if you do it again. Lord Mayor.
And so our aim and our ambition is to get people housed in accommodation. Now, as I said before, there are some people who refuse to engage. There are some people who have been repeatedly ejected from accommodation because they haven't met the standards of behaviour expected in that accommodation, and those rules have to exist for a reason. They absolutely do. If you go to one of the amazing charities that we support, Emmanuel City Mission, which provides an overnight shelter now, thanks to the funding that we've provided. Now, we'd like to see it offer more services, but the funding that this council provided has allowed it to start that service. There are strict rules there. These are not government rules. These are not council rules. These are rules set by people with lived experience. The people who know that if you go into that shelter, a standard of behaviour is expected and is right, because that's all about making sure it is a safe and welcoming place for everyone. And they've made it very clear, if you don't want to abide by those rules, then you go somewhere else. And so fundamentally, Labor and the Greens would have you believe that, you know, there's mothers with young children who desperately need help but haven't been given it and haven't been given an opportunity. I can tell you that the Department of Housing gives those kind of people the top priority for any accommodation. And there's been wonderful stories. Hundreds of people have been removed from council parks and put into accommodation in recent years. Hundreds of people. And we work every week to make sure that wherever someone is in need, that they get access to the help. But fundamentally, we have an obligation for the safety of the community. And just like Councillor Massey has an obligation to her residents, who she represents, to create a safe place in their local park, we've got to balance this. And that's exactly what we're working really hard to do. And so anyone that tries to tell you this is a very simple issue, anyone who tries to, I guess, make it a very emotive issue, they're not recognising the true complexity of what's at play here. Now, the council officer that was pricked with a used needle, you know, that's one of hundreds of needles that that officer had picked up. And some of the stories that you hear, like, they're not always obvious. They might be cleaning up in a park and these things might be hidden under palm fronds or branches. You don't necessarily know they're there. They're hidden away often. So this is something that can easily happen. But what if it happened to a child? What if it happened to children in a park? You know, all of us would say that's totally unacceptable. That kind of risk is totally unacceptable. And it's just as unacceptable for our council workers who are trying to keep a clean and safe and maintained park. And I'm thinking every night about that council officer who goes to sleep with the question mark in their head, have I contracted this disease? Think about their family as well and how that will impact on their daily life. That uncertainty hanging over their head because they were just doing their job. Now, in any other section of council, if a council officer experienced that kind of safety risk, the pro-union side of the council chamber would be up in arms protesting. But they've gone really quiet about this one, haven't they? Where are they defending the safety of officers in their day-to-day workplace, like the officer that was cleaning up in a park and got pricked by a needle? Madam Chair, there's a lot of different things to talk about today, and so I will move on. I just wanted to cover off and mention another really disturbing thing that has happened recently, and that was the deliberate ramming of the synagogue in the city here. We've all seen the footage of this, and we all know that thankfully no one was injured, but there's psychological damage that's caused by this because it's come so close after Bondi, and it is a reminder that people are actively being targeted here in our city for their faith, for their religion, or for the blood that flows through their veins. And that psychological damage is serious. And so while we were grateful that no one was physically hurt, there are significant wounds from this because these are things that, you know, we've witnessed in other cities, and we've always thought, well, you know, Brisbane is different. And Brisbane is different, but this is an unwelcome change in Brisbane that we must push back against. Now, thankfully, the person responsible was detained by the police, and they're taking every action available to them under the law to make sure that that is dealt with appropriately. But, you know, we just need to remember that words matter, because words that, you know, might be on social media or online, they can build up and they can turn into actions. And we live in a world where words often get turned into actions, sadly, in the worst possible way. Now, the synagogue has stood on Margaret Street for 140 years. And progressively and sadly, they've had to increase the security again and again and again. They have volunteer security patrols that have to stand there all the time. And you would have seen in the footage, one of those volunteer security people was at the gate when this happened. What other community has to have 24/7 volunteer security for whenever they have an event? And so this is not right. And we need to push back, and we need to remember that we live in a country that everyone has the right to practice their own faith. Everyone has the right to celebrate their own culture. Everyone has the right to live free from fear. And that if one group in the community is living in fear, that's a problem for all of us. Just also wanted to acknowledge that last Saturday, the 21st of February, was an important UN-recognised day, and it was the International Day of Mother Language. And this is a day that celebrates linguistic diversity, multilingualism and cultural heritage. It traces its origins back to 1952, when student protesters in Dhaka were killed while advocating for the recognition of their mother language. It's a reminder that language is more than just a medium of communication. It's history, heritage and art, and something that should be kept alive and celebrated. In Brisbane, we're fortunate to have a home here for so many cultures from around the world, together with our First Nations culture, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, the Yuggera, the Turrbal, and the Quandamooka people as well, and so many other groups that are here. And so in recognition of this diversity, we're proud that council services like our website offer more than 100 different languages, and we're always working to increase the services that are available and improve the accessibility of them. So moving forward to item A, the mid-year budget review. And when we make commitments to the people of Brisbane, these are things that we take very seriously. They're not just things that we say and then forget about. We take our commitments seriously. And I think one of the enduring commitments that we made at the last election, and if you ask people what they remember from the last election, one of the key things would be that there was a very big difference between what we on this side promised at the election financially and what those on the other side promised. Opposition councillors promised a big spending agenda, and there were $3.5 billion of unfunded promises made. We instead said that we will only spend what we can afford.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adamant. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
We instead said that we would only spend what we can afford. We would continue to run balanced budgets because that helps keep the pressure off rates. And so that's exactly what we've been doing, not only after the election but before the election as well. And I've commented before that I think we're probably the only government anywhere that went into an election promising to spend less rather than more. It's quite unusual. But the people of Brisbane endorse that approach because they fundamentally know that big spending promises have to come from their pocket. And they fundamentally know it's not council's money, it's ratepayers' money. That's right, it's their money. And we know that too. And so this mid-year budget review and the quarterly financial report shows the continuation of efforts to keep spending under control, to only spend what we can afford, but also to build up future capacity as we head towards the Olympics. And so what this shows is that we're able to continue to offer the cheapest rates in South East Queensland, not by a small margin but by a significant margin. And one thing that's become apparent since is that the inflation rate, which at the time our budget was delivered was around 2.7%, has now jumped up to 5.2%. And so I know that the Federal Treasurer has been answering questions about that and why that is, but fundamentally it shows that the cost pressures are still there and they are very real. And just as people have cost pressures on their household budgets and their groceries and all of their bills, the Brisbane City Council has cost pressures too. And over and above the inflation rate of 5.2%, the non-residential construction prices for infrastructure like roads and bridges and things that we might build increased by 6.2%. So these are the kind of cost pressures that councils are under. And that means that we need to work extra hard to keep costs under control. And so if we can reduce spending while keeping a high level of service, then that is something we will strive to do. Because ultimately it allows us to deliver the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. We know that there are many things that have been contributing to costs, and I won't mention BPIC or the CFMEU. I won't go into any details there because that now has shown some signs of improving. But with the mid-year budget review, we know that we've continued to maintain an operating surplus, and this is a buffer against unexpected cost increases, which continue to come, as I've just said. We've kept spending under control, and we're also continuing to deliver on our commitment to spend at least 80% of the entire budget in the suburbs of Brisbane versus the city. Capital investment across Brisbane remains on track with $623.7 million forecast to be delivered this year. At this point in time, it's $27.9 million below the original budget forecast, but we're expecting things to gear up as we get towards the end of the financial year. Councillors are well aware of the cycle where early in the financial year there's often a planning and scheduling phase before the delivery phase starts, and so that will continue to gear up. Borrowings remain as published in the budget, with $200 million to be borrowed this financial year and no additional borrowings projected for future years at this point in time. Why? Is it because we never expect to borrow again? No. It's about building capacity as we go towards the Olympics. There will be expenses to accommodate a growing population and the things that we might need to do in the future. And by limiting borrowings at this point in time and paying down debt where possible, we build that capacity for the future. Now, debt is a tool, and it's got to be used wisely and it's got to be used at the right time. It's not fundamentally good or bad. It depends how you use it. And we've always said that borrowing for infrastructure is a sensible and smart way to use debt. Borrowing to keep the lights on, not so good. And so we've always borrowed to fund infrastructure, not to keep the lights on, not to pay people. It's always been associated with building things. And that will be our approach in the future, but right now we're focused on, wherever possible, paying down debt, reducing borrowing so that we can have capacity for the future. But to put this in perspective, we've just come off on a record infrastructure building period. The last 3 to 4 years have seen absolutely record investment across the entire city's history. Not just going back 10 years, but going back decades and decades. And so there has never been a time when this council has built more than in the last 3, 4, 5 years. But to put this in perspective, though, we have a $4.1 billion annual budget. We have total assets of around $39 billion and net debt of just $3.43 billion. So our total net debt is actually less than our annual budget. And so that's a responsible level. We need to keep it at that level for now. We need to pay down the debt, and we'll continue to do that. I want to thank the Finance Chair and the Budget team for their careful stewardship of the budget, for their careful identification of opportunities to spend less on things while maintaining a high level of service. And they take that responsibility very seriously. And so, you know, we know for a fact that spending more money doesn't always get you better outcomes. If that was the case, then the health system would be the most amazing health system ever. We know that it's how you spend it, and it's wise spending that makes the difference. It's about focusing on the outcomes rather than just the sheer quantum of dollars. And so to get the optimum outcome is really important. I also want to thank the whole organisation for the renewed focus on customer service. We made a very deliberate choice to create a customer service portfolio. That's something that they've been taking very seriously, and there's been significant internal reforms in the organisation gearing up to offer improved customer service across all sections of council. And that is something that we're working on. Does it change overnight? No, it doesn't. But having said that, we're starting from a high base. The level of service in so many areas offered by this council far and above exceeds so many other councils, but we're not going to rest there. And so we'll continue working to improve customer service. We'll continue working to reduce spending where we can, if we can get the same outcome for less, to redirect resources where they're needed. And there's been a couple of examples that we've done that in recent times as well, where we know that the investment in road resurfacing is really important, and so we've made a point in recent times to make sure that we've allocated additional funding to road resurfacing and road repairs, because that is an important priority, not only for us but the community, and we'll continue to do that. And so by running a balanced budget, by not letting spending get out of control, we can then target those investments to make sure that we're spending it where it's needed at the right time to make a difference. So thank you to all the chairs for working along those lines and aiming to get a great outcome. We can always do better. We strive to do better. But when it comes to responsible financial management and only spending what we can afford, we take that commitment absolutely seriously. There's some exciting things on the go as well at the moment, and we're continuing to work up. None the least, the work that's going on the Beams Road corridor, which is very exciting to see all that coming to fruition, but also working with the other levels of government to plan the future of Brisbane Metro expansion. It's not actually often that administrations get to see a project from start to finish. Cross River Rail, that was first announced, I think, by Peter Beattie. And then Anna Bligh dusted it off, and then Anastasia Palaszczuk started construction, and then there was Stephen Miles, and there was David Crisafulli. And so there's been so many changes over the years, and who knows whether the original intent of the project will be delivered because it was so long ago and it's changed so much. But Brisbane Metro has been an incredible success. An incredible success, and together with 50-cent fares and the new bus
Lord
network...
Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for one more extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adderman. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
So the patronage increase projected in the business case has well and truly been exceeded. And so in all of our wildest dreams, we did not expect to have a 27% increase over 2 years as a result of Metro, the new bus network and more affordable fares. But that's exactly what's happened. And it's quite rare for a project to exceed those targets. But it's not the only one, because we've had the Kangaroo Point Bridge that has blown its patronage projections out of the water, doubled. We've had the Breakfast Creek Bridge that has blown its patronage projections out of the water. And so just 3 projects in recent times that have been delivered that not only delivered what we said, but delivered more than what we said. And that is a truly wonderful thing, and we'd like to do more. We'd like to see Metro expanded to more areas, but it's going to take more than the Brisbane City Council to make this happen. I just saw in recent days the media about the federal government putting $600 million into planning fast rail between Sydney and Newcastle. $600 million, not to actually build anything, but to plan it. And so, for a fraction of that kind of investment, we can actually get things built. Now, Councillor Cassidy asked, how did we miss out on that? Well...
All councillors.
Now, Councillor Cassidy is bemoaning...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, not all councillors were interjecting then. It was Councillor Adams that was clearly interjecting across the chamber, but you blamed all councillors for Councillor Adams. So why are you misrepresenting who's interjecting in this chamber?
I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy is bemoaning fake delays in a project that he's never supported. That's right. And it's ironic because today he was sort of complaining that there was apparently no Northern Suburbs Bus Network review, but he's just spent months opposing the Southern Bus Network review. Like, what is it that he wants? Does he want more Metro? Does he want a review? Or does he want to just oppose it? Because all Labor offered was opposition. They actually don't have any proposals of their own. They don't have any alternatives. At least the Greens came up with a crazy idea to put a tram on the Story Bridge. At least they had a proposal. Labor had no proposal. Their only proposal was to stop the metro. And they were against the bus network review as well. And now apparently the one on the north side and the expansion of metro is not happening soon enough. So they cannot hold a single position, whether it's on housing, whether it's on transport, infrastructure. They don't know what they're for and what they're against. But we know what we're for. We're for responsible financial management, only spending what we can afford, delivering infrastructure that works and exceeds its expectations, and we'll do that through the mechanisms of this budget and these documents here in front of us today.
Councillor Johnson, one moment please. Councillor Johnson, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. Earlier this afternoon, before his 40-minute speech, the Lord Mayor misrepresented my comments about his hard right. Yeah, I can hear them, Madam Chairman. I'm on the far side of the chamber to you. Can you hear them?
I'm listening to you intently.
I get it. That's fine. Earlier today, the Lord Mayor misrepresented my comments about the hard right agenda, my language. That hard right agenda that the Lord Mayor is running is about his propaganda in demonising homeless people, making hateful statements about a serious issue, and exploiting a public issue which was unreasonable, disrespectful and inappropriate. It's not about the issue of the park itself. It is about how the Lord Mayor demonised others when he spoke.
Councillor Adam.
Point of order, Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adamant, seconded by Councillor Givney, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on these three items. And can I ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting at the outset, please? Just in relation to some of the very strange comments the Lord Mayor made, talking a bit about the items before us, I think some of these things veered into item A and B, then veered out of them and into them. But he made some very strange comments about things that supposedly Labor councillors had said during this meeting, of which were blatantly untrue things. And the Lord Mayor talked about his action in Musgrave Park, which I guess would come under customer services and community and the arts within item A today, and item B, I should say, probably, progress report. The Lord Mayor made some very strange comments about the action that was taken there. And we certainly join with him in showing great concern for the council officer that was injured in that clean-up at Musgrave Park, receiving a needle stick. I guess I would have liked to have heard from the Lord Mayor that all appropriate training and PPE equipment was given to that council officer, what kind of briefing and debriefing was received on that front, rather than just to sort of drag that council officer who's now suffering the consequences of that injury while at work, dragging them into this debate. And the Lord Mayor then dragging Labor councillors in, basically saying that we didn't care about a council officer being injured, even though we never even have had the opportunity to speak in this council meeting yet. So very, very strange from the Lord Mayor, and I refute what he says about that. And the Lord Mayor talks about behavioural issues with people, and then says that people who are sleeping rough have somewhere to go, and if they have behavioural issues in a motel, then I guess he's just washed his hands entirely of the issue. They're offered something, they got something. If they were being bad, I guess in the Lord Mayor's estimation, then they have no rights going forward. And some of the behavioural issues I think the Lord Mayor is alluding to, it might be some people who have complex mental health issues, maybe something like schizophrenia, for instance, also addiction issues with drug and alcohol. And when they go to a place, like the Lord Mayor said, into somewhere like Emmanuel City Mission, there is wraparound support for an individual when they go there. And there'll be great outcomes for that. But when they're stuck in a motel on their own, they are not given that support. And there's this vicious and dangerous cycle occurring at the moment, and we're seeing it on the ground in Musgrave Park, where people are entering that system, having all of their belongings thrown into the bin, and then arriving back at that scene with nothing, and having had a very traumatic experience on top of the complex mental health issues they are suffering, which they're probably not receiving treatment for, and drug and alcohol addiction problems. And for the Lord Mayor to get up today and speak in the way that he did about those people, and to drag in a council officer in this debate, was pretty despicable. The Lord Mayor claims to be a Christian. I remember in a Lord Mayoral debate, the Lord Mayor actually said the most recent book he had read was his Bible. And the Lord Mayor claims this is the case. He might want to read Matthew 25, how we are judged and how we are saved.
One moment, please, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order.
Just to the relevance, please.
Yes. Can you come back, actually, Councillor Cassidy, to the report, please, items A, B and C.
Feeding the hungry, healing the sick, welcoming the stranger and visiting the prisoner.
I just asked you to come to the report, please. I've been lenient. Now, please come to the report.
Helping others and loving others. That's what the Lord Mayor claims to preach. We didn't see any of that on display today,
Lord Mayor,
Chair.
Councillor Cassidy.
A very disturbing
display. That is not in the report. Come back to the report, please.
So on the council budget and the budget review, we've got before us today item A, which reallocates money from projects to nothing in a lot of cases, delays projects from this financial year into the next, and continues to saddle the people of Brisbane with a much more bleak future than we would otherwise have had if we had a Lord Mayor and a council that actually had a vision for the future. We had the Lord Mayor speak for nearly 30 minutes or so there on a wide range of things. He litigated and relitigated battles he's had, some in his mind, some real, with enemies, and had a lot to say about different political parties and different individual councillors, but he really wasn't able to articulate what his vision for the future is. He said at some point we must deal with facts. So what we have before us today, before us and what we can debate, is just the facts, what's in front of us. The Lord Mayor's office might like to make up different things in responding to claims about what's in the papers before us today, but as councillors it's our responsibility to read through them and to debate them here. And so the indication of how the budget is going is before us today, and it's clear that this council, led by Adrian Schrinner, is just keeping its nose above water at the moment and only just able to keep the lights on. The Lord Mayor made some mention about not borrowing to keep the lights on. That's no good. Well, at the moment we are borrowing money to have a net slung from under the Story Bridge and borrowing money for the Lord Mayor to travel around the world, whether it's to Dubai or Geneva or New York or Cairo, or in April, we understand, over to LA. So where we see funding changes in the budget review before us today, where they talk about reallocations and changes to things, we know that means cuts. And Councillor Cunningham has confirmed that today, the Lord Mayor has confirmed that today, that again, for the third year in a row, 2023, 2024 and 2025, the financial year we are in, they have not been able to manage the council budget. They have been all at sea as to how to manage the council budget. What we're seeing in this, and this is just a few months after the Lord Mayor handed down his budget, and you would think after breaking all those promises 2 years in a row, would try and get this sort of right and try and give the certainty to the staff who are doing these projects within council, certainty to the ratepayers and renters of Brisbane that services are going to be delivered, that projects are going to be delivered. What do we have before us today, though, Chair? $500,000 less coming in through developer contributions. Unsurprising, obviously, less housing construction going on here after 2 decades of decline under the LNP. But even when there are new housing developments occurring, those are for luxury units at the top end of the market. And even so, you would think there would be a windfall when it comes to developer contributions, but not even in that context. However, fees and charges revenue, which is just paid for by ordinary everyday people who do their business with council, is up by almost $1 million. Of course, is anybody surprised about this? Less income coming in from private property developers, but more revenue coming in from the ratepayers of Brisbane. Classic LNP, you couldn't make this stuff up, of course. And talking about making stuff up, we heard from the Lord Mayor that inflation was having a big impact. The general inflation figure in Brisbane is having a big impact on council finances, and yet we hear in the economic updates in Councillor Allen's committee that the biggest drivers of inflation is healthcare costs for individuals and energy costs for individuals as well. So the Lord Mayor likes to talk about big headline figures that he can grab from left, right and centre to try and make his point, but they don't always align with the reality of what's happening on the ground. What we do know that is going up for ordinary working people is things like registering your dog, burying a loved one, running a restaurant, even more expensive than ever before to live, work and play in Brisbane. But when it comes to expenses, they're down. Materials and services down by $370,000. Bricks and mortar of council, how we build and serve our city ahead of 2032. But if you look ahead now, the revised figures for 2027-2028 financial year, there's another cut built into that year of $12 million. So that means Brisbane is destined to spend more time stuck in congestion, more time cleaning up after weather events, more time chasing up council for missed jobs and travelling further away to find a home that they can afford. But council and the Lord Mayor will still tell you they're spending more. Once again, of course, there's a very neat and easy way of doing this to show that expenditure is up, and these budget figures before us today by over $6 million. Might think that's a good one when expenditure is up by over $6 million, but that's increasing the depreciation on ageing assets as an expenditure. So I guess they found some more junk that they could write off. And there's no hint of slowing that down when you look at the forward estimates. This is how they're going to say they're spending more year after year after year because they're finding more things to write off.
Your time has expired.
I move for an extension.
Second.
Has been moved for an extension by Councillor Kim and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, and one of the big write-offs, and we thought we had covered all of that through the budget in reading that enormous amount that's being written off by gifting the Metro in what is billions of dollars of infrastructure over to the state government. There's another $73 million to hand over the Brisbane Metro to the state government. Is it any wonder that Australians no longer rate the LNP as the party of economic management anymore, Chair? The Lord Mayor ain't working. Christopher Foley gets money for nothing and Metros for free. It's pretty clear, though, in also what the Lord Mayor said today, not just reading these documents, that he's not advocating for Brisbane. Why is it that all these other councils that are outside of the city limits of Brisbane are getting all this support from the state LNP government, and the Lord Mayor continues to get left behind time and time again? Over the last... Never complain. Well, he might complain privately, but he's told to shut up. So over the last 12 to 18 months, he's rolled over to his mates in the state government, and just about every other council is seeing a massive boost ahead of the Brisbane 2032 Games. The Brisbane 2032 Games, and they're seeing that siphoned off to everywhere but Brisbane. I mean, rowing in Rockhampton, for God's sake. This is absolutely incredible stuff. transport networks to the Gold Coast, to the Sunshine Coast, but everything in Brisbane is left in limbo and delayed and eventually will be cut because our Lord Mayor chooses not to put up a fight, and that means Brisbane misses out. And if the Lord Mayor did have any ideas about that stuff, I'm sure he has been told he's not to air them publicly as well. He wanted to implement a master plan of Victoria Park, then flipped the script entirely on the election of the Christofouli government. He promised no net loss of green space, and now there's a potential sell-off of the whole site and just says it's out of his own hands. It's clear after 2 decades of decline, this LNP Lord Mayor and his LNP Council have given up, Chair, and no wonder he earned the title of freeloader from a certain LNP Life member down the Pacific Highway recently. Throughout these documents, we see things like organisational design changes and corporate overhead adjustments. Newspeak, if it walks like a cut and talks like a cut, it's actually probably a cut. And who is being impacted on this? Well, the ratepayers of Brisbane, of course. The capital program has been reduced in 2025 by $27 million. Unlike what the Lord Mayor just said before he fled the chamber. And there are further reductions over the forward estimates as well. However, operating expenses increased in 2025-26 by over $117 million, which, as we have now come to learn, the shifting of capital to expenses means delays and the stunting of our city's growth. And it's just like when we see councils spending all this good money after bad, in paper anyway, on depreciating assets, rather than actually just replacing those assets and lifting the book value of them and increasing the overall surplus as well of council assets for the people of Brisbane and reducing long-term maintenance. It's just incredible. It'd be like spending $40,000 on a bomb trying to maintain it instead of spending $30,000 on a new car. And the rivers of gold are coming into the council coffers. We can see that. Again, not from developer contributions, but from increased fees and charges of everyday people. But bizarrely, there's hundreds of millions in cuts to the value of property, plant and equipment. So the statement of changes in equity shows that revised reductions in council's accumulated surplus in the future in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, we heard the Lord Mayor just use a headline figure before. He talked about the figure that was many tens of billions of dollars, which has for a long time increased as we have seen council projects come online. However, for the first time, we're now seeing that accumulated surplus in the future be reduced to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, which mirrors, that is the mirror, essentially, which reflects this council's financial credentials. Which means Brisbane residents will continue to pay more and get less out in the suburbs of Brisbane well into the future. When you look at transport, $2 million cut, there's an income boost from the state government to install driver barriers on just 50 extra buses, which is welcome news. We welcome that. Plenty more work to be done on that, but that's not an increase to the transport network. That's essential work that should have been done years ago in making the work environment safer for our bus drivers. There's cuts to capitalise expenses over the forwards, just what Brisbane wants to hear as we hurtle towards the 2032 games and we're stuck in congestion. Cuts to those projects. Transport for Brisbane, a $12 million increase in expenses, but less bus services, less buses and less bus stops. Do you remember the last time council built a new bus? 2022. 2022. So for 30 years leading up to 2022, to that drop-dead date, council built buses here in Brisbane, supporting manufacturing jobs, supporting the rollout of a modern bus fleet, and up to that point, there were hundreds of buses being produced over the 4-year term that was always committed to. And then all of a sudden, in 2022, we saw that historic partnership here torn up by the LNP. When it comes to infrastructure, almost $11 million cut, an $8 million black hole in income due to not investing in upgrades for Toowong, and a failed grant application for the Kedron Safer Schools precinct. Can't wait to hear from Councillor Parry about that, because that was an election commitment. Also, 2 years ago that project was committed to. So how did they manage that? How do they manage that to stuff that one up? Maybe because it's in Brisbane. Maybe they forgot to initial every page. Perhaps they didn't commit to anything themselves. Maybe they just went to the state government and said, we would just like for you to pay for all of it. We know that's an increasing feature in council applications to other levels of government. Maybe the LNP state government decided to shaft the north side again. I'll put my money on that one. But there is a lot of explaining to do about that. That is a very serious issue and a very critical project that now has been cut from this year's budget because the LNP couldn't agree with the LNP. Pretty incredible stuff. So if council wants to proceed with it this year, which they're clearly not, they'll have to pay for their own project. That would be novel. So moving right along, the 2027 financial year onwards, we're seeing further drastic cuts to infrastructure. Again, that doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody who hears that when they see the Olympics inching closer. Perhaps Jared Blay has told the Lord Mayor to hit pause on delivering for Brisbane so that workforce can deliver for the Deputy Premier. He did say he was going to beg, borrow and steal workers from anywhere to try and build his stadiums. But I wonder, the Lord Mayor doesn't talk about it much anymore, the Olympic legacy that he promised us all when he sold us the Olympic contract, and we're all asked to vote on that. It was about building housing and building public transport infrastructure to address congestion, to make Brisbane a more climate resilient city, things like that. And there was this new norm that we're entering into for the Olympic Games. Maybe, just maybe, he always knew none of that was true. None of that was true, and never wanted to admit it. But it seems to be the reality that we are facing now. We've got expenses going up here in this program due to the Story Bridge business case blowout. Who would have thought they couldn't manage? Who would have thought the LNP couldn't manage the business case for the Story Bridge? Because they have managed the Story Bridge so beautifully over the last 10 years. Oh, hang on. No, wait, they didn't. Yeah, apparently they can only spend what they can afford. Well, according to the LNP, they can only spend what they could afford. They couldn't afford anything on the Story Bridge, it turns out. Pretty incredible stuff. If the Lord Mayor had acted when he was warned 10 years ago, we wouldn't have this problem that we're facing today. And that's even before he puts his toll on the Story Bridge, of course, to pay for this, because he can't get agreement out of the state government. In the Sustainable City, we have an increase in income due to a grant from the state government, so we did get that one, for Grow FOGO. But the council is, of course, not delivering a FOGO program under the Go FOGO funding. The Lord Mayor said his green bin rollout would avoid paying state taxes, yet our expenses in this program is increasing because of them. So not only are ratepayers paying more each and every year for a green bin, but we are still paying those increased LNP state waste taxes, and the bins aren't even getting picked up. The green bins that are delivered aren't even getting picked up.
Your time has expired.
I move for an extension.
Second.
It has been moved for an extension by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Sharon. In Bracken Ridge, bins weren't picked up last week. In Deagon, bins weren't picked up last week. In Boondall, in Forest Lake, in Wavell Heights. So if anybody on that side gets up and says they're delivering value for money for the people of Brisbane, they are, you're not allowed to say that word, through their teeth. Additional expenses are up because we're also, as an organisation, playing catch-up on the backlog of jobs for maintaining trees on public land. If you go out and drive in suburban any summer afternoon, you see that people are doing council's job for them, and we even have LNP councillors regularly saying they should go out there and do council's job for them, because council under the LNP can't do that job anymore. When it comes to city governance, we're seeing a $17 million cut which is a transfer from capital to expense in the Brisbane Square renovation project. I've been up to Brisbane Square at a few different floors lately, very recently, last week, week before. There's not much going on in that place in terms of this $17 million renovation. So we are now, before us today, seeing a delay in the upgrade of Brisbane Square to cover the increasing operational expenses that it incurs today, as well as longer-term rent on other properties that we shouldn't have to be paying. The really critical one here that I'll finish on is City Projects Office. We're seeing before us today the Lord Mayor cut $6 million in the staffing budget in the City Projects Office. Now, you wouldn't cut $6 million in the staffing budget for city projects unless your intention was to reduce services and infrastructure for our growing city. The City Projects Office has been responsible for the planning and delivery of intersection and road upgrades, park upgrades, urban renewal and public art and placemaking, just to name a few. And the LNP are gutting it. Now, we warned about this. We warned about this last year. I got up and said, from what I understand in talking to people that might work up in Brisbane Square in that place that's falling down around their ears, that the major projects office within Brisbane Infrastructure and City Projects Office are going to be wound up because the LNP have no intention between now and the Olympics to engage in any major projects in Brisbane, because all of that work is going to be sucked up into Olympic Games infrastructure. Now, you might make room for praise in a situation where we would see those projects put on hold if we saw an amazing amount of investment into public transport infrastructure in Brisbane for the Brisbane Games. But since then, we've also found out that's not happening, Chair. We are not seeing that investment in Brisbane. We're seeing that investment on the Sunshine Coast, on the Gold Coast. We're not seeing that in Brisbane. So people are going to see less intersections upgraded, less major park projects delivered, less place-making projects around the suburbs of Brisbane, which we'll cover off shortly as I move on to Clause B, which is another classic LNP financial report, because income is below budget, expenses are above budget straight from the get-go. Again, the Lord Mayor delivers these documents in June, does these press conferences, does a big song and dance, claims he's doing all these things, and then the work starts just weeks later in gutting all of it out of the budget. So where does the income come from? The lion's share, over half, is from rates and utility charges from the people of Brisbane, the increase. But there's also higher than anticipated revenue from parking fines. Now, of course, we wouldn't encourage people from breaking local laws from doing those things. But where does all the money go? And you're seeing there's a huge amount of money that comes in already, plus a large increase in this money. There's more money coming in and less spent on staff thanks to cameras and AI technology to sting people. But if I think anyone that would sort of have a look at what's going on here would agree that they don't think that money's going into making better roads or filling potholes or active transport upgrades or busting congestion, not fixing Ritchie Road, for instance. Or crossing points in Pilar, or in fact on Brighton Road in Sandgate, of which has been delayed again. That project was supposed to begin in 2023 and then happen in 2024 and then happen in 2025 and then happen in 2026. Very simple project, keeps getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. Pine and Archerfield intersection. So, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars and then some coming in from these fines. We're running up under the LNP higher liabilities by $225 million. Of course, who pays the price? Brisbane, we're seeing materials and services down $200 million in the 12 months, that more than we discovered in the June budget. So obviously the finance chair is really struggling in this space, really struggling. I don't know whether that's trying to follow the instructions of the Lord Mayor, who doesn't sort of turn up for work anymore, unclear what he wants to do, not here today for the debate. But they're running out of time to figure out what they are doing here. The capitalised expenses, the important bits about building Brisbane, are below budget, lower than anticipated. And the Lord Mayor said before, well, you're supposed to expect this. You're supposed to see in the first half of the year no projects being built. They'll all just be planned, and then they'll be built in the second half of the year. except for the last 3 years, we have seen hundreds of millions of dollars of projects that were planned and shovel-ready carried over into successive years. So is the LNP seriously saying they are taking projects that were planned in my ward and LATM 6 or 7 years ago into the next into a financial year 7 or 8 years later, and it needs replanning? Well, one like that probably does when you delay them by 8 years, or a decade in some cases. But when you're delaying a project by a year, why are they redesigning them? Why are they redesigning them? Why aren't they just building them? Why aren't they building those crossings out there at Pallara? Why aren't they building those safe crossings in Brighton Road and Sandgate? Why do we keep getting phone calls from City Projects Office before it gets wound up to say this project has been delayed another 6 months? It won't be done in this financial year, it'll be done next financial year now, which is what happened last year and the year before that and the year before that. In transport, we're seeing bus and ferry patronage go up, and we see that the LNP will produce those exact figures on routes when it suits them. If you're not a member of the LNP or on the inside, you have to go and pay for an RTI, apparently, we're told. They never quantify the number which is real, and we see that with 50-cent fares, a massive increase in patronage, not just on the Metro M1 bus route, but on bus routes right around Brisbane and on city cats and ferries and on trains as well, which is a good thing. On infrastructure, as I said, lower than expected developer contributions previously. Expenses are lower due to the timing of maintaining the city, that is road surfaces, curbing and channelling and grass cutting. But according to Lord Mayor, don't worry, they'll eventually get to it in 6 months' time. Maybe that'll get carried over as well. I think everyone starts to feel a little bit of deja vu about this. When it comes to maintaining the city as well, they've completed 384 footpath maintenance jobs. We know that list is always hovering at around 2,000 or 3,000 open jobs. So the LNP have completed 384, and they built 8 new footpath connections. There's 9,000 streets in Brisbane, and there are many thousands that have no footpaths or incomplete footpaths, and the LNP thinks building 8 new footpath connections is fantastic. Well, good on them, pat on the back. Maintaining city assets, the second biggest expenditure item at $129.5 million. What do we get for that? Managing council's real estate, but council's selling off real estate as well, so what gives there? Completed 169 speed awareness monitor rotations, but we find out from questions on notice that have previously been put in that there's no new SAM signs being installed, and so they're just rotations. So even on important things that are small, low-cost important things like that, we're seeing cutbacks in successive LNP budgets as well. On Sustainable City, immediately we see that even though we're more than halfway through the year, we haven't spent half of the capitalised expenses budget, which is a critical part of this, because this is where so much of that money that was planned for projects was carried over from previous years. And residents can feel that when they're out there. You can see a year on from that cyclone threat we had, and some of the damage that was caused to council parks. I can look out of my office window at the moment and see orange mesh on a fence that is still there 12 months on from that cyclone. That work's still not complete. And we're still waiting for developer contributions for park and stormwater infrastructure as well. So residents are encouraged to pay early when it comes to fees and charges or rates.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
I move for an extension.
Second.
It has been moved for an extension by Councillor Kim and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
This will be the last one. At least I didn't split them up. So individuals are expected to pay earlier on time, but of course developer contributions, they can just pay when they want. And that impacts then on projects in the LGIP and the LTIP and just generally in council's operations as well. An achievement that apparently the LNP are proud of in the documents we have before us today is completing the demolition of the East Brisbane Bowls Club, a building at Mowbray Park. They promised it would be turned into a bitumen car park. They haven't even got the money for that. They managed to demolish it. It's grass space at the moment, but it's not even fulfilling what was supposed to be in that Mowbray Park vision about creating a car park in there. And, then we see Councillor Cunningham get up and have the gall to say that she doesn't like the demolition of community facilities in her ward. Well, very convenient when it's not one that council is doing directly and bringing the bulldozers in themselves. In future Brisbane, income is above budget from DAs, but income from developer contributions is down. Now, again, an important comparison, because income from DAs and a whole range of those DAs are mums and dads and individuals building properties like we learnt about in the City Planning Committee today for creating blocks for people to build their forever homes on. So the income from them is up, but income from developer contributions is down. So the appetite for building is there, but either the building is not happening or the community is not getting its fair share of infrastructure. What's happening with better suburbs, places, spaces? Move from capital to just expenses now. So last time I went up to Nunda, I didn't see much change on that corner of Station Street and Sandgate Road, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, where last time I saw there was all these corflutes saying the council would be undertaking the Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces project, but that one's quietly disappeared from Councillor Allen's ward. The gloating about those achievements, but without any affordable housing clauses, we're going to be worse off in this space. Council adopted an additional 2 packages of amendments, Stones Corner and the precinct, and the minor amendments to update mall locations. Public consultation on 6 amendment packages, all ones of which we have supported and sought to amend to include affordable housing targets. But what we're seeing instead, if you have the money, you can live in well-connected areas. If you don't have the money, you might be out of luck here in Brisbane. And the imbalance of the kind of housing that is being built is exacerbating this problem around the world, and the Lord Mayor likes to talk about international examples. Well, in US cities, some of the ones of which he has been visiting and plans on visiting on the public purse, is seeing the private sector dictate housing policy. And they've been doing this during a crisis for longer than Brisbane has, so we can look to them to see what not to do, and he likes to talk about what not to do. He uses just London as an example. But cities in the US that aggressively built housing in recent years saw rents rise dramatically for low-income households while they stabilised for wealthy households. What they saw was that one-bedroom apartments aimed at young professionals were too small for families, and 3-bedroom units were far too expensive for average families. So even in cities where the vacancy rate actually climbed quite high to almost 10% vacancy rate, housing for families struggling still was not available. Now, closer to home, here in Australia, we've seen recent stats the builders are chasing big-ticket projects now at the expense of more modestly priced homes. In 2018-19, 21% of homes had a value between $500,000 and $600,000. By 2023, that was 1.5%, and in 2025, that is 0.9%. So there's a whole group of people in our community that are not poor enough to benefit from government-supported housing, but not wealthy enough to afford the high prices of homes in Brisbane. Not talking about some places in Brisbane, we are now just talking about the whole city. But the LNP continue to stick doggedly to their mantra that the market knows best. And we hear that week after week after week from the LNP. City governance, like what we saw in the budget review itself, in the progress report, Council is not in any rush to repair assets that are affected by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, capitalise expenses, so capital going and fixing those things like I just described before, are below budget due to timing. So if it's not due to cuts, it's due to delays in those projects themselves. And there's a big focus though, so not much focus on doing that work, but a big focus on what they call council achievements promotion. Translate that to advertising. So bumper 12-page edition of Living in Brisbane, of course, quarterly issues of online and print for business in Brisbane. That frequency is clearly not necessary because there is no way that this LNP regime is introducing new services supporting businesses every single quarter. We know what they do each and every year is jack up fees and charges for small businesses, particularly ones who are trying to provide a space for people to come and enjoy a coffee or a meal in communities that are struggling to attract people to their high streets. When you jack up the footpath dining permits by hundreds of percent in a single year, you're making it harder for businesses. But don't stop the Lord Mayor from producing newsletters and putting his face on it, of course. And they left something out. They left something out fundamental here as well, Chair, the amount recouped from the pensioner tax, where people are being charged to pay their rates, to receive a rates bill and to pay their rates. So overall, this report paints a very clear picture that this LNP regime has its hands in its pockets of every single ratepayer across Brisbane. And after 2 decades of decline, the LNP really are forcing us all to pay more, and we get less in the suburbs of Brisbane. On Clause C, just wrapping up here now, what we see... Tough guy, eh? Renewals of our first aid training and pest management services. So the council refers to this as low-value recruitment. Interesting way of describing first aid services and pest services. Together, these contracts are worth over $700,000. They're very high-value outcomes for people. First aid can literally be life and death. So I don't understand why that is described that way. On the plus side, these contracts aren't for 16 years, of course, so maybe we won't see the problems we see in the waste contract. They were spending another $1.8 million on a rates modelling solution. Apparently only one company is capable of meeting council's needs, despite the other company having done the work previously. This company having never worked with council or any local governments, but has worked with the New South Wales government. So an interesting one there. We'll of course find out in the next budget if they meet the needs of the ratepayer, who are still tackling affordability challenges when it comes to this council. Next infrastructure is $9 million for precast concrete contract. A small amount, a very small amount over 3 years, for maximum of 5 years. I doubt that's going to be renewed. An extremely small amount when you consider the infrastructure challenges that Brisbane is facing. When you consider how many road projects need completing, how many drainage projects need completing, why are they spending such a small amount on precast concrete contracts? Probably because they don't intend on doing many projects between now and the Olympics. I guess we'll have to take what we can from the LNP, given they cut $400 million from infrastructure over the last couple of years. But it's not going to go very far. And what we know as well, when it comes to infrastructure that the LNP and the way in which they like to do business in council is costing, so just $9 million going on that, and it won't go very far because we know that councillors through CEF projects have been charged things like $46,000 for a park tap, $60,000 for a bench and 2 seats, $90,000 for a dirt BMX track that blew out to $450,000. And that's how, through their own budget management and their own contract management, that the LNP, in particular Councillor Cunningham this morning, justified cuts to construction and to projects. You just have to take the Story Bridge as an example. We pay more today on that project because council did not invest when it should. And for over 2 decades, that has been the status quo, and we see that coming up in contracts as well.
Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on items A and B as they relate to the Future Brisbane program, and as the reports once again demonstrate, the Shrinner Council's work in the Future Brisbane program is helping to get more homes on the ground while ensuring that Brisbane remains the best place to live, work and visit. Turning to planning for a growing city, when it comes to housing, Madam Chair, it's not about policy, it's about people, the families seeking security, the renters seeking stability, the young people just starting out, and the older residents looking for certainty or perhaps the opportunity to downsize. We always keep this in mind when undertaking our suburban and urban renewal precincts. As we saw heading into December, we've made great progress. We've completed and adopted our precinct plan in Stones Corner, helping to pave the way for more than 2,300 additional homes. There are projects coming out of the ground right now. We completed consultation on the Wynnum Centre and Mount Gravatt Centre precinct plans. We began our sustainable growth precinct plan in Fortitude Valley, which will make the most of the public transport and infrastructure available, as well as the opportunity presented by the nearby Olympic venues. We want to give people the opportunity to live close to the things that make daily life easy, enjoyable and smooth. From transport, shops, services, jobs and green space to everything in between. That's what our precinct planning is geared towards. As those in the chamber know, we also commenced our 2 amendment packages for the LMR zone, making it easier for the industry to build homes for young people, families, downsizers and others. We're on consultation for these packages right now, and I encourage everyone to have their say. Turning to development services, Madam Chair, the development services team is working extremely hard, and they have decided on 2,083 applications, paving the way for a net increase of 3,577 new homes. Not only is Council approving significant numbers of development applications, but according to BEDA's State of the City report, we are undertaking these approvals 57% faster than Sydney or Melbourne. The Schrinner Council will continue to do everything it can to provide suitable housing for our growing population, while supporting the economic needs of our growing city today and into the future. The issue now lies in constructing these homes for the market. We know that Brisbane is one of the most expensive cities to build in Australia, with labour costs, materials and productivity a key concern. And to Councillor Cassidy's point, the cost to build feeds straight into the prices. Turning to enhancing Brisbane's livability, Madam Chair, we are committed to ensuring that Brisbane remains Australia's lifestyle capital, with plenty to see and do. Our grassroots-driven Artforce Brisbane program continues to brighten up our city and suburbs, with more than 38 traffic signal boxes painted in this period. Voting is currently open for the People's Choice Award, and I encourage everyone to vote for their favourite piece ahead of the annual Artforce Awards. Our Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces program continues to improve our neighbourhoods in consultation with the communities that know them best. We've recently completed the Nunda project. Now, Councillor Cassidy pointed out that he went past the where he thought the site was, on the corner of Sandgate Road and Station Street. That's not actually the site of this particular project. It's about 800 metres down the road in Ryans Road, and it has been completed. It looks fantastic. We're also in the process of completing the Ainsworth Street Salisbury project. Turning to growing Brisbane's economy, the Schrinner Council's successful Growing Precincts Together program was expanded last to help even more local businesses grow, connect and thrive. Bald Hills Village, Wilston Village, Stones Corner and Hawthorne Road joined the successful initiative, building on strong results already achieved in Racecourse Road, Rosalie Village, Banyo Village and Wynnum Town Centre. Queen Street Mall is certainly starting to open up again. We've added the Albert Street Green Spine to the Queen Street Mall area. The ongoing expansion of the Albert Street Spine will come into the Queen Street Mall area over coming months. During Christmas, we had a fantastic activation in the Queen Street Mall. The decorations were terrific, and we saw up to 255 daily movements in December. Obviously a peak time for shopping, but nonetheless a very
Councillor
Councillor
Allen, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking on the E&C Information Report Clause A, the Budget Mid-Year Review. This budget review highlights the trend of this council for years, cuts and austerity. This year's budget that we are reviewing today cut 34% of funding for stormwater drain upgrades, 29% of the stormwater maintenance budget, and 44% of funding for new parks, park upgrades and major park maintenance, just to name a few. This follows a 24-25 budget where this administration cut council's workforce by 500 staff and hard ferry service to Milton. The year after this administration cut $400 million, as in 10% of the entire city budget, mid-year. Before that, this LNP administration decided it could no longer fund the West End Toowong Green Bridge. Here's what these constant budget cuts mean in the real world. I'm waiting on understaffed teams to progress local capital budgets from my suburban enhancement fund, like many councils in this chamber. I have no doubt that the major reduction in council staff and so many inacting on temporary positions mean they are struggling to design and build basic projects.
That's right.
I'm waiting 3 to 6 months for replies from the understaffed transport assets and operations team about road and intersection problems as simple as yellow lines. I had to wait 10 months just to find out if a speed awareness monitor location had been considered before. I'm waiting for callbacks that I barely ever receive about tree health checkups and trimming requests. My office and I aren't contacting these teams for fun. No. We're advocating for residents who have already been let down by the council process. Yes. Residents have done the right thing by calling up the hotline asking for footpath repairs or tree trims or intersection build-outs. They've kept their reference number and waited for updates. They've watched deadlines come and go and their jobs close without the job being done. I've seen a resident wait 2.5 years for a simple footpath repair request. For almost the entire time I've been a councillor, organisational reviews and staff restructurings have been running across my council teams. They've been sold as a reducing duplication, but we can see that underlying these reviews are reductions in roles and staff, causing unease and more stress that is also making other staff want to leave. This makes everybody left to do more with less. When I try to escalate resident problems, I encounter more acting managers than actual managers because the restructuring never seems to end. This is what austerity feels like. The LNP Council administration is so excited to give big developers discounts and handouts to bolster their record profits and won't make them pay their fair share to Brisbane. Even when this council's budget isn't balanced, they don't push for developers to pitch in. It's the council services and staff that get cut, again and again. Every time this council reduces staff, it cuts its own capacity. The council can't deliver the same basic services, but opts to pay private contractors from the public purse to do the work that council staff used to do. Now that the council has cut its expertise, contractors can charge the public more for the same services. Everything becomes more expensive, less transparent and less accountable. And when our public services are cut because there aren't enough staff or contracting costs too much, the highest impact is felt by the people of Brisbane and obviously hitting people with less. People who rely on libraries and playgrounds to help raise their children, people who can't get a slot in rhyme time sessions after the council cut a quarter of these sessions. This LNP should not be proud of this budget. Shame on this LNP administration.
Further speakers, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Massey.
I rise to enter the debate on items A and B, and I'm very pleased to speak in strong support of this mid-year review, and especially the updates to Program 5, Community and the Arts, a program that is truly at the heart of what makes Brisbane such a great place to live. Chair, what is clear from this review is that the City Council continues to deliver. We continue to back our community organisations, our cultural institutions, our local clubs and the grassroots groups that bring people together. And despite the challenges we have faced, particularly with recent weather impacts on community assets, the momentum across this portfolio remains incredibly strong. Program 5 is where residents feel the investment most directly. It is the open door at their local hall. It is the events and festivals that light up our suburbs. It's the arts organisations rebuilding stronger than ever, and it's the community facilities that remain active, loved and well used. And this mid-year review shows that all of that activity is not only continuing, it is thriving. We are seeing strong engagement across our venues, steady demand for programs and services, and a community sector that is bouncing back with confidence. One thing I love about this portfolio is that every dollar spent here has a human impact. It supports the volunteers running weekend activities. It ensures that families have places to connect. It gives artists and creatives the space to share their work. It helps clubs and community groups do what they do best, and it keeps our cultural life lively and accessible. Chair, what stands out most in this review is the sense of forward momentum. Nothing in Program 5 is static. Community organisations continue to deliver for residents, local clubs continue to partner with us, our cultural organisations continue to innovate and attract audiences, the engagement levels across our aquatic centres, golf facilities and community venues reflect a real confidence returning across the city. And for Brisbane residents, this means that services they care about are not just being maintained, they are being backed, supported and strengthened. And this is exactly the kind of practical, community-focused work that residents expect from their local government, and it is exactly what the Shrinner Council is delivering. Chair, this mid-year review demonstrates that we are on track to deliver the commitments we've made across Program 5 while also responding sensibly to emerging needs. It keeps community facilities active and it supports the strong partnerships that underpin community life in Brisbane. Most importantly, it reflects a portfolio that is full of energy, a portfolio that is helping Brisbane remain a city where people feel connected, supported and proud of their local communities. The item before us reflects a council that listens, a council that responds and a council that keeps delivering for the people of Brisbane. Madam Chair, moving to item B, what really shines through in this report is that our city's community life is alive and thriving. Program 5 is where so many Brisbane residents experience their council every single day, and this quarter paints a picture of a city that is engaged, active and connective. Every part of this program shows a sense of vibrancy. Our community halls have been buzzing with activity, with locals booking in for everything from fitness classes and language groups to community meetings and rehearsal nights. And these halls aren't just buildings, they are trusted neighbourhood hubs and they are absolutely adored by our local communities. Our cultural venues are just as lively. The planetarium has remained hugely popular, giving families, students and visitors hands-on opportunities to learn, explore and experience something new. And City Hall continues to welcome crowds to concerts, exhibitions and celebrations that make Brisbane's cultural life so unique. River Stage 2 has had another big quarter. Residents continue to flock to live music and major events, reinforcing its place as one of the city's most loved outdoor venues. I think my daughter was there for Keisha. Is it Keisha? Did I say that right? I hope that's right. But apparently it was a fantastic concert. And it's a wonderful reminder that Brisbane is a city that enjoys coming together. But Chair, beyond the activity and the events, this program reflects the heart of our community. We also delivered Homeless Connect, which remains one of the most impactful events on the community calendar. And for Brisbane residents, it means certainty for some of our more vulnerable people. Chair, item B shows that we continue to enhance community life and we remain responsive to what residents need. I'd like to say a special thank you to all of our incredible council officers and teams within Program 5.
Council. Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. But before I begin, I thought I'd like to correct something on the record that's very important, which is Keisha, which is actually Kesha, a very celebrated artist that we love. But to continue on, I would like to start by asking one, or others might call it key $Ha. I guess there's a different preference for depending on what people watch on TV. But Thank you, Chair. But just to continue on, I've got two letters here today before I talk about Clause A and B. I wonder where the Lord Mayor is here today. I'm still waiting on a response to these two letters that I've sent on the 2nd of February and the 9th of February in relation to infrastructure in Pollara.
It's the 24th.
We're here. Where is he? It's the 24th. We're waiting, and all of the residents in Pollara are still waiting on a response to address this very important question.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
Just seeking your ruling on relevance.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. There is another place to follow up your correspondence, but if you could come back to what's in the report, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think it's very interesting
Councillor,
that...
come back to the report.
To continue to the report talking about Keisha, however, Pollara is apparently not relevant to this debate. To continue on, Clause A deals with the financial position of this council and the operating realities set out in Attachment C. People in my ward measure those realities, however, against their own lives. They measure it in bills, they measure it in time, and they measure it in safety. Just earlier today, we heard about the 60,000 complaints about potholes all across Brisbane City. This is not a standard that is good enough. In fact, just now I got a message directly from a resident. They said, "Did you see those potholes on Illawina Street? I reported those every day for 2 months." And the Brisbane City Council only fixed it last week.
Oh, hang on.
I thought
24 hours.
24 hours. I thought we had a commitment from the LNP former chair of transport only last week, and here he is saying something totally different, despite the fact that this is a real resident story. In fact, that's what the LNP do. They don't listen, and they make up stories in this chamber right now. And as outlined in the financial summary tables in Attachment C, revenue continues to grow through rates and charges. Karawatha is up 7.62%, Algester is up 7.6%, Callambale 6.87%, and Pollara up 6.51%.
All they get is a pothole.
All they get are 60,000 potholes across Brisbane City that can't be fixed over 2 weeks of logging the job every single day. Wages have not moved up at that speed, so the increase just lands so much harder. Now, turning to the services outcomes reflected in this report. Clause A deals with the financial position of this council and the revenue that sustains it. In the suburbs I represent, people measure that revenue against their own lives. Since 2020, there have been 890 crashes across Algester, Callambale, Drewvale, Heathwood, Karawatha, Larapinta, Pollara, Parkinson, Stretton and parts of Forest Lake. Since 2001, that's 4,432 crashes, 50 people dead, nearly 1,600 hospitalised. That's one crash every 2 days. Yet the LNP Lord Mayor proudly claims that 80% of their budget is spent on the outer suburbs. Well, we don't see it out here, and it's important. There's Johnson Road and Stapleton Road, that's 72 crashes there. Compton Road and Mount Lindsay Arterial, that's 68. Beaudesert Road and Compton Road, 59. Now let's add the congestion. Brisbane commuters lose 77 hours a year sitting in traffic. It's no surprise as the LNP regime has landed our city as the worst for traffic congestion in the whole nation. 77 hours, that's 3 full days. People are noticing their rates are rising faster than wages, and under this high tax, high cost of living council, what are we getting in return? Now moving on to Clause B, for the short amount of time left, there's Wazza from Algester. He's 38. I'm going to give an example to summarise what people are really saying about how they can break this down and what it means for them. Let's say he earns $92,000 a year. After tax, that's roughly $1,400 a week. His mortgage, let's say he's got $750,000 left on his home loan. That's about $2,700 to $3,200 a month, depending on the rate. Now, petrol costs cost him about $200 a week. Groceries for a family sit at around $300 a week. There's insurance, electricity, internet, school costs, they all add up. Now, Algester is up 7.6% for Wazza. That's another $152 a year from this LNP council. And on its own, they think it sounds small, they think they've achieved a lot, but what they're doing is inflicting damage on the everyday lives of hard-working Brisbane ratepayers.
Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on the 2025-2026 mid-year budget review and operational plan. Madam Chair, this budget and operational plan are a lot like running a long marathon. It takes discipline, it takes preparation, and it takes the wisdom to know that the race is not won in the first kilometre. The temptation, particularly for those who have never run that distance before, is to sprint out of the gates, make big impressions early and worry about the energy later. The Shrinner Council has never run it this way. We set our pace at the start of the race and we've stuck to it because we want to cross the finish line in good shape. Right. Madam Chair, the course we are running right now is not an easy one. Across the country, as Councillor Kim just alluded to, inflation sits at 3.8%, which is already well above the RBA's target of 2 to 3%. But Brisbane is not at 3.8%. Brisbane is at 5.2%, the highest inflation of any capital city in Australia. That's right. Our inflation is 36% higher than any other capital city in Australia. So, Madam Chair, that means that increases are being felt on costs of groceries, power bills, rent and the everyday expenses for our Brisbane families. While every city is running a tough race, Brisbane is carrying more weight than most. A significant part of this burden has been loaded on by the federal government, where government spending is forecast to reach a record high this financial year. So, Madam Chair, those opposite could advocate to the federal government to slow down their spending. It would be appreciated and it would reduce our inflation. This reckless spending is not without consequence. It is one of the key factors in the RBA's decision to increase mortgage rates. It's a decision that flows directly onto people's mortgages and the household budget again is strained. We remain the only level of government in Australia maintaining a balanced budget and driving down debt. Brisbane residents continue to pay the lowest rates in South East Queensland. This is not by accident, Madam Chair. It is the product of pacing ourselves carefully through every economic headwind, year after year. And we have spent 80% of that in the suburbs, suburbs where people live, work and relax. Now, Madam Chair, wouldn't this be very different if those opposite, the coalition of chaos, the Labor and the Greens, were in power and had their $3.5 billion worth of spending commitments in this budget? That would have seen the largest rate rise in Brisbane's history. Now, you wouldn't want someone who has never run a marathon before to run our city, Madam Chair. And that is why I'm very grateful that the people of this city trusted the Shrinner Council to deliver, and deliver we have. The Lord Mayor's responsible budget management is what has allowed our council to keep investing in our suburbs, even when the going gets tough. Now, Madam Chair, I want to turn to the operational plan that we have before us, particularly in the program of customer services. As the Lord Mayor spoke to earlier, this is a new program and it is a focus of our council to ensure that we're giving our residents the best customer service possible. Now, we have got some exceptional outcomes that have happened in this program. We have allowed 2.7 million visitors to come into our wonderful libraries. Now, I'm only disappointed that Councillor Cassidy didn't celebrate the fact that we've replaced the Sandgate roof and celebrate the wonderful heritage that we have out there. But we must have forgotten. I will take that interjection. We've also completed upgrades at Garden City Library. We're in the middle of upgrading our Ashgrove Library, and we know that these are the most well-visited community facilities that we have across this city. Sorry, Madam Chair, I can't hear the grumbling from the other side, but it must be the fact that he's thanking me for the Sandgate Library.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Do not call out. I'll caution you.
Madam Chair,
Councillor,
I also want to...
One moment. Just 1 minute. We sat through quite a long speech by you, Councillor Cassidy, without any interjection. If you could, it is true, if you can be quiet while Councillor Hutton, I'm not debating you, we did, and if you can be quiet while Councillor Hutton is speaking for 5 minutes, that'd be great. Councillor Hutton.
Madam Chair, I know that I've only got a couple of seconds left, so I do want to encourage all councillors to turn to the customer services page and check out some of the great work that we have been doing. Now, this budget and operational plan is proof that our Shrinner Council is running Brisbane's finances the right way, with stamina, with strategy and steady pace appropriate for the marathon. And Madam Chair, I commend this report to the Chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, that comment on the marathon, honestly, the LNP aren't even up to the 2-mile line yet, and it's 26 miles long. Anyways, okay.
One moment.
I just want to...
All councillors, please let Councillor Strunk speak. Okay. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to speak briefly, because I've only got 5 minutes, of course, on item A and B. The MyEFO actually is quite an interesting document, and the more I looked through it, the more I saw a lot of issues that are not going to be addressed, even in the long term, even in the next supposed 6 months of the budget. So anyways, I looked at and just taking, for instance, the debt is probably the one that really stuck out to me. And even though we think it's a lot higher than this, the Lord Mayor today said the debt is $3.43 billion. Now, and $200 million of that is to service the debt. Now, what do you think we pay actually on waste recovery per year? $125 million. Our debt servicing bill is $200 million, and collecting all the waste right across this great city of ours, which they're falling down on the job there, especially out my way, especially those new green bins, by the way. Those green bins that the people didn't want, you can't even pick them up. Anyways, so we're spending more on servicing a debt than we are on that whole waste recovery. So that just tells you something, right? That really just tells you something that, when I became the councillor in 2016, our debt was half of what the Lord Mayor is saying now, right? If that's actually true, that particular debt, I think it's more close to about $5 billion, right? But we'll just take what he says for this particular argument, and we'll work with that. So the $200 million to service the debt would pay for a whole heck of a lot of services, especially field services, that we are really falling down on, right? And over the last probably 6 months, maybe 8 months, it's really, really starting to show up in our parks, on our roads, or our streetscapes. We just aren't doing the work that we used to do 3 or 4 years ago, right? I could count on the streetscapes to be looked after pretty well, to keep the weed control of the streetscape under control, especially in the Forest Lake and Inala area. But that doesn't happen now. The parks, or especially the district parks, are really being noticing the fact that the teams that are actually that used to be in the parks aren't there anymore, right? We heard that there was 9 teams that were taken away from the parks, and I don't know how many. I don't know how that's in 12 months is going to impact on my because I have a lot of parks. Right? I have a lot of neighborhood parks, suburban parks, and I have a few district parks as well. So it's important that we maintain the services, which I don't think we're doing now, right? At least not out my way. I don't know in some of the LNP wards how they're going. I hear comments from people from time to time in the Centenary area that, their parks are beautiful over there, everything is wonderful, but when we come over to Inala and Durack and Ellen Grove, it's not so nice. Well, I've been over there too, and Rocks River is a lovely area, and it's just had a big upgrade, right? Sadly, some of that upgrade didn't sort of take too well, didn't pan out too well, and I believe still the water play area is still a bit unsafe for those kids. So you see on social media, but it's really sad to sort of see that those area of that Brisbane City Council is supposed to do, roads and rubbish, right, are being let down. Even some of those events, the funding for some of our
Councillor
festivals.
Strunk, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to items A and B together, the Annual Operational Plan, Progress and Quarterly Financial Report and the Mid-Year Budget Review as they relate to Program 3. These two reports, taken as a whole, show that despite challenging national economic conditions, the Schrinner Council continues to deliver for the people of Brisbane while managing ratepayer funds responsibly. Across both reports, the story is consistent: strong project delivery, responsible financial management and ongoing investment in the services and the infrastructure that make Brisbane Australia's most livable city. Madam Chair, our progress is enhancing Brisbane's lifestyle and that focus remains clear. We're improving our city's nearly 2,200 parks and bushland reserves through neighbourhood playgrounds through to district-level sports precincts. Final concept plans have been released for both Ellen Grove District Park and Pollara District Sports Park, marking important steps towards delivering two major recreational assets for growing communities. At the same time, community consultation is underway on the Wynnum Manly Lota foreshore and the Kedron Brook Vision and Master Plan, ensuring residents help shape the future of these much-loved natural corridors. Complementing these larger projects, we have completed 6 suburban park upgrades this year and have a further 10 in progress, and these include upgrades at Curlew Park in Sandgate, Fenwick Park in Mitchelton, Green Park in Wynnum, Barber Road Park in your ward of Brackenridge, Les Atkinson Park in Sunnybank and safety lighting at Oakman Park in Taringa. Our parks are essential to Brisbane's outdoor lifestyle, and these investments ensure they remain vibrant, safe and accessible for all residents. Madam Chair, the report also highlights our significant efforts to protect and restore Brisbane's biodiversity. Through our koala research partnerships, we are seeing koalas return to areas where they have previously been scarce or locally extinct. So there's tangible progress being made through scientific research and targeted intervention. Alongside the vaccination program we're undertaking to tackle koala chlamydia, initiatives such as wildlife speed awareness monitors, the Leave It dog awareness training program, our natural restoration program through bushland acquisition program and environmental offsets program continue to strengthen our local koala communities. We've also completed the Toohey Road Animal Underpass, built in partnership with the federal government, which reconnects habitat across a 3-lane road corridor so that we can protect native species from vehicle strikes and restoring ecological connectivity. Madam Chair, our citywide green bin rollout continues to be a success, and it's always disappointing to hear those from the Labor Party continuing to put that program down. We have delivered more than 150,000 new green bins to eligible households, supporting residents to recycle more and send less to landfill, and to further insulate our city from the full cost of the former state Labor government's bin tax. That effort is already paying off, with over 30,000 tonnes of green waste collected so far this financial year via the household bins, which is a 25% increase on the same time last year. These encouraging figures demonstrate the community's strong engagement and the effectiveness of our waste initiatives in reducing emissions and improving sustainability. Madam Chair, Program 3 continues to work to improve Brisbane's flood resilience. A major highlight this year has been the integration of property-level Brisbane River flood data into our emergency dashboard, giving residents clearer, more localised information during severe weather events. And more broadly, residents' use of these tools continues to grow, with 122,600 Floodwise property report downloads and 2.15 million views of flood awareness maps already this financial year. Our city's resilience has been further strengthened through the ongoing voluntary home buyback scheme, which has returned more than 20 hectares of high-risk land to open space while helping flood-affected families move to safer homes. Madam Chair, Program 3 continues to deliver for residents of Brisbane. We're delivering there's more work to do, but the progress outlined across these reports does show that we are on the right path. A city that will be cleaner, it'll be greener, more resilient and more livable than ever. And I commend both reports to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, I rise to enter the debate on the Establishment and Coordination Committee items A and B. And I'll start by saying that, you know, I think it's been pretty clear I don't support the direction that the LNP is taking this council. And I know the Lord Mayor has been missing in action now. Yep. Hopefully he's reflecting on his inappropriate comments from earlier this morning, but this afternoon, sorry. But the Lord Mayor isn't here to take accountability for the financial position of the council, and it's his responsibility. Yet again, he's MIA, and I think it's worth noting on the record that he couldn't be bothered to be here, and nor the Deputy Mayor is either, by the way.
Do you want to talk on the report, please, Councillor Johnston?
Well, last time I checked, Madam Chairman, the report states that the Right Honourable the Lord Mayor Adrian Trinner actually helped prepare this report, authorised this report, and is responsible for this report.
Thanks,
Am I mistaken? Is the Lord Mayor not the person responsible in E&C for the financial position of the city? Is it not?
Don't debate.
Is it not
Councillor
the Lord Mayor's
Griffiths,
budget?
you.
Is it not
One
the Lord
moment,
Mayor?
please, Councillor Johnston. I am speaking, so you can sit down. And Councillor Griffiths, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with Section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Johnston. Return to the report, please. Many councillors have left this room, including yourself and Councillor Griffiths, during the meeting. So please get on with the actual report. That's what we're waiting to hear.
I'm talking about the actual report. Everybody in this room knows I'm talking about the actual report. I am talking about the people who are responsible for the report, who are in charge of the report, who approved the report. And you
Thank you, Councillor. Let me rephrase. How about we talk about the content of this report, please?
I'm being relevant. I'm being relevant to the report, and I don't know on what planet you think it's okay to interrupt me, not because I've breached a rule of procedure, which is what you are supposed to do, but to criticise my debate. Yes. Now, the Lord Mayor is the person under the Act responsible for the preparation of the council budget. The Lord Mayor oversights and is responsible for the administration of the reviews of the budget. And the Lord Mayor could not be bothered to be here to be responsible for its debate in this chamber. Those are all facts.
Councillor, go to the content of the report, please.
Okay. Just to be clear, Madam Chairman, can you tell me in the rules where it says exactly what you're saying to me?
I've mentioned it many times to you in this chamber, Councillor, that I am the chair and my decision and it is my ruling.
The rule.
It is
Which
me
rule?
to rule it. So
Which rule
stop
are you
arguing
referring
with
to?
me.
I just want to know which rule, that's all.
Councillor Johnston, you are showing unsuitable meeting conduct, talking over the top of me while I'm speaking, and I will formally warn you if I have to. Please come to the report and the content.
There's a few councillors who were here a few years ago when Margaret DeWitt was the chair, and it was fun for a long time. I read these reports verbatim for months. because I apparently wasn't debating them. So here we go yet again on the content, C-O-N-T-E-N-T, the content of the report. Councillor Landers. Attendance. The Right Honourable the Lord Mayor, Councillor Adrian Schrinner. Where is he? Is he here? No.
Councillor Marks, thank you. Do not call out across the chamber and Councillor Cassidy, don't call out while I'm speaking.
Councillor Cassidy's not calling out.
Councillor
just quietly. No, that's
Johnston,
okay.
you are not the chair. So refrain from adding to what I'm saying. Thank you. Or arguing it or debating it. And I'm going to ask you to come back to the content of the report.
Madam Chair, I believe you are engaging in bullying. Every single word that I have said is
Point of order.
The report.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, Councillor Johnston's conduct in this speech, I think, reflects unsuitable meeting conduct, and I ask that you would warn her.
I have given Councillor Johnston a warning. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. And I'll ask Councillor Johnston to come back to the content. If you have something to say, I suggest you do it now. Thank you.
I'll talk about the content of the report, not a rule in here. You have to be relevant to the report. That's a rule, not the content of the report. But even when I'm reading out the content of the report, which includes the Lord Mayor's responsibility for the financial management of this city, I'm in trouble. Content in the report. Guess who else is missing? The Deputy Chair, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fiona Cunningham, and she is also the Finance Chair. So are the two people responsible for the finances of the city present for a debate about the financial welfare of this city today? No, they're not. Now,
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I rise to also contribute to the debate on the mid-year budget review. Madam Chairman, I thought I'd start off by just correcting Councillor Cassidy's reality around the bus procurement. And I just wanted to remind Councillor Cassidy and the chamber that it was Minister Bailey who committed
Point of order.
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Minister Bailey is not in the content of the report, Madam Chairman, and I feel certain that you are going to pull up Councillor Toomey, given that is your new ruling in this place.
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Toomey.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Madam
One
Chair,
moment,
you are
Councillor
engaging
Toomey.
in...
I haven't asked for your point of order yet. Sorry, Councillor Toomey. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Madam Chair, you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct by trying to enforce rules that don't exist in the council meetings local law, and by applying the fake rules in a biased and political way to LNP councillors versus myself. And you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct, and I move that you are noted for that. I need a second.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the Chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffith. I'll now vacate the Chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Johnston.
Yet again, the Chair of Brisbane City Council, Councillor Sandy Landers, is engaging in openly biased behaviour that breaches both the meeting's local law and the councillor code of conduct. Councillor Landers interrupted my previous speech without breaching a rule of procedure simply because she did not like me criticising the Lord Mayor's lax financial management of the council budget process. That is what she did. She did not like that I was speaking about the Lord Mayor in E&C, an area of which he is responsible for. Councillor Landers interrupted me on multiple occasions to say I was not speaking to the content of the report. Then when I read the content of the report verbatim, Councillor Landers still said I was not speaking to the content of the report. What else do you have to do but read the words in the actual report to be accused of not speaking to the content of the report? Now, the meeting's local law doesn't include a rule to that effect. The meeting's local law says you should be relevant to and refine your remarks to the motion under debate. Now, the Lord Mayor is the person responsible for financial management in this city. So let's put all that aside. Let's put that aside and go, Councillor Johnston, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the rules. You're not the chair. Let's take Councillor Landers' position about this. I'm the problem. Councillor Landers... Yeah, I heard that. We can hear you, Councillor Adams, loud and clear over here. It's just the chair in the middle that can't hear you. So I'll say it again. Let's take Councillor Landers' position. Do you know what the first thing that came out of the mouth of an LNP councillor was? Something that is not in the report. Mark Bailey is not in this report at all. Mark Bailey hasn't been the Transport Minister for, I don't know, at least 2, maybe 3 years, and he's not in the report. Did Councillor Landers apply the same made-up fake rule to Councillor Toomey as to me? What was that, 5 or 6 times she told me to talk to the content of the report? And when Councillor Toomey did it, did she apply the same rules of procedure, which don't actually exist? No. It was a made-up rule to stop me from speaking because she disagreed with what I was saying. And when Councillor Toomey stood up and did not speak about the content of the report, no action was taken against him. None whatsoever. None. That is outrageous. The Chair of Council is required to administer the local laws in compliance with the meeting's local law and, under the Councillor Code of Conduct, fairly, reasonably, respectfully, and a bunch of other things. She's not doing any of that. She gives a rails run to her own councillors while making up fake rules to stop anybody who disagrees with her and her party colleagues. That's not acceptable. So Councillor Toomey can't get up in this place and start talking about things that are not in the, quote, content of the report. Councillor Landers has to be called out every time she is doing this because it is not appropriate. It's a breach of the meeting's local law. It is a breach of the Councillor Code of Conduct. It is unsuitable meeting conduct. And Councillor Landers cannot continue to politicise the rules of procedure to benefit her own side, to protect them from reasonable criticism and to provide them with an opportunity to attack people she feels it's okay to attack. So as long as it's an LNP person attacking a Labor person not in the report, that's perfectly fine. But for anybody attacking the LNP, the people actually responsible for the financial management of this city, that's not allowed. That is sick. That is sick. That is biased. That is unreasonable, unjust, unfair, all of the things that Councillor Landers is responsible for. It was the most blatant thing ever, and I welcome Councillor Toomey getting up and trying it again because we'll be here all night while I move unsuitable meeting conducts if Councillor Landers, who made up this special rule just for me, doesn't start applying it to the other side as well. It's not acceptable behaviour.
Further speaker? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Look, I listened to that speech from Councillor Johnson. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't think anyone in this chamber knows what she's talking about. Chair, I don't think she knows what she's talking about. I think we just want to get on with this meeting. And I think Councillor Landers, the Chair of Council, did not engage in unsuitable meeting conduct. I think this rule is being used to delay the ordinary and very normal business of this council so that we don't get to the committee reports, so that the opposition unfortunately can't provide scrutiny on the administration, and so we end up getting caught up in these these ridiculous debates about the chair and unsuitable meeting conduct. And I do genuinely challenge anyone to decipher what Councillor Johnston just said and make sense of it, because I can't. We would have 1,000 monkeys working for 1,000 years on typewriters. We still wouldn't understand what was said in that speech and what meaning could be inferred from it, Deputy Chair. So, again, let's just get on with it. Let's get on with the meeting. We're all getting paid a lot of money to be here and do the work of the council, not get caught up in whatever that just was. So I move this motion be put.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that the motion be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Johnston, your right of reply.
I thank Councillor Murphy for his insightful defence on the other side. This from the Chair of Council, who for the past 4 weeks since he's been back, or 3, wasn't there today, says, I don't know, in response to every question I've asked him. You ask him a question about some sort of infrastructure project or item in the Infrastructure Committee, and his mumbling response is, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. So maybe, Councillor Murphy, in your world, 1,000 monkeys on typewriters might not be able to work it out, but let me spell it out for you in plain English so that you understand, because I know you don't know a lot. Councillor Landers, of course. Councillor Landers has a responsibility under the Councillor Code of Conduct to chair these meetings in a fair way, in a just way, in a respectful way. Councillor Landers does not, under the meeting's local law, have the right to stop councillors from speaking about items because she disagrees with them on political grounds. Councillor Landers does not have the responsibility of making up rules when rules exist about relevance. She doesn't have that power. Councillor Landers does not have the power to make up a rule, apply it to me, and then not apply the rule in the same way to her own side of council. So I know it's very hard for you, Councillor Murphy, living in the LNP bubble over there, but just because I don't agree with you or other people don't agree with you, that is not grounds to stop them from speaking. Yes. The meeting's local law do not prevent that. And even if you take what Councillor Landers said verbatim, you can only speak to the content of the report. She said it to me over and over again. The Lord Mayor is specifically mentioned in this report and responsible for this report because it's the finances of the city. But Councillor Landers didn't want that because I was actually talking about the content of the report. Now, Councillor Toomey, of course, gets up and starts on attacking the Labor Party and attacking the former, not even the last Transport Minister, 2 Transport Ministers ago, hasn't been the Transport Minister for 2 or 3 years, so definitely not in this report, and yet the same content rule is not applied to Councillor Toomey. Does that explain it for you, Councillor Murphy? Councillor Sandy Landers is biased, she's breaching the Councillor's Code of Conduct, and she's breaching the meeting's local law by applying these rules that don't exist and in a biased way. That's what we're talking about. That's what we talk about week after week. And it's not acceptable. And you keep protecting her. And it's not going to keep lasting, that's for sure, because there's some stuff coming.
I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. And can someone advise the chair to come back to the chamber? Madam Chair, the chamber decided you have not engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. Please return to the chair.
Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I was saying, it was Minister Bailey who committed
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Palaszczuk government would build...
Sorry, Councillor Toomey, one moment, please. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chairman, you've made a rule in this place that you must speak to the content of the report. Neither former Minister Bailey nor Anastasia Palaszczuk are in this report, and in line with your own rulings, I ask you to take action against Councillor Toomey.
Thank you. Councillor Toomey, please come to the report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was actually responding to the Leader of the Opposition's comments around bus procurement, as I did mention when I opened up my speech, so this is part of the debate. It was Minister Bailey who committed
Point
the
of order,
Palaszczuk
Madam
government
Chair.
would build...
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, you've made a ruling that you can only speak to the content of the report. Mark Bailey is not mentioned in the report. Councillor Toomey is now ignoring your direction, and I ask you to take action against him. You made this rule, and you now must apply it to Councillor Toomey.
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Toomey.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm not going to have the same point of order, I hope, Councillor Johnston.
No, Madam Chairman. I move dissent in your ruling. And, Madam Chairman, I'd like to move unsuitable meeting conduct again, because if you're going to allow another councillor to speak to things that are not in the content of the report, then you are not acting fairly and upholding the rules of procedure. So, Madam Chairman, I'm asking you to uphold these rules fairly.
Just for clarity, you did two motions. Which one are you making? Dissent or unsuitable meeting conduct? You said both. What is it?
Madam Chairman, I moved dissent, and I said I would like to do it again unless you're going to uphold these rules fairly.
Well, there's no seconder. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I was trying to get through, the Palaszczuk government committed to build...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey.
But I'm going to keep doing it too.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, the Palaszczuk government is not mentioned in the content of this report, Madam Chairman, and in line with your ruling that you cannot speak to something that is not in the content of the report, I ask you to draw Councillor Toomey back to the report.
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It was the Palaszczuk government who committed to build zero-emission vehicles and establish a manufacturing and supply chain capacity that would support that kind of infrastructure. In fact, what they said at the time was, we will replace current diesel buses in the TransLink public transport fleet with zero-emission buses.
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I'm not aware that zero-emission buses from the Palaszczuk government, which is now 5 years ago, is in the report before us today. As you've made a ruling that you can only speak to the content of the report, I ask you to draw Councillor Toomey back to the report.
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor
Madam
Toomey.
Chairman, is there some reason that you are now not applying this content rule that you've just made up today?
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Their commitment was, from 2025, all new buses added to the fleet in South East Queensland would be zero-emission buses, with regional rollout from 2025 through to 2030. With about 2,500 TransLink-funded buses operating in South East Queensland, urban and the school network, this alone would achieve a significant progress towards reducing passenger
Point of order,
transport
Chair.
emissions and support
Sorry,
manufacturing.
Councillor Toomey, one moment. Please.
Just a
Councillor
question.
Massey, your point of
I
order?
don't believe this policy from 5 years ago is in any of the reports that we're discussing today.
Thank you. Councillor
Could
Toomey.
I grab a ruling on that, Chair?
Thank you, Councillor Massey. I do ask you, Councillor Toomey, to come back and be a bit more succinct now. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I am establishing that the reason why there are no buses being procured is because the Queensland government, the Queensland Palaszczuk government, under Minister Bailey, would not let us buy buses. And I'm responding to Councillor Cassidy's accusation around the procurement of buses.
I understand that, but let's move to this review. Thanks.
You'd like me to remove...
No, I said move to the review. Just move to that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, this mid-year review demonstrates that we are doing exactly that. We're doing exactly what we promised, strong financial discipline. Despite inflation almost doubling, rising from 2.7% at budget time to 5.2%, we have maintained a balanced budget, kept rates at the lowest in South East Queensland and continue delivering better services in our suburbs. This mid-year review highlights both the significant investment we're making in our city's public transport infrastructure and our dedication to maintaining a high standard of service for Brisbane residents. Importantly, we are doing so while maintaining and operating a surplus as a buffer against unexpected cost increases and reducing net debt by a further $114 million to $4.43 billion. We'll be well below the $4 billion budget. Over the past year, we've seen major developments, including the transfer of key infrastructure assets, such as new tunnels, upgraded stations, into the hands of their long-term owners. These assets include Adelaide Street Tunnel, Buranda Busway Works, King George Square Station Upgrade and Cultural Centre Works. The wild claims from the opposition about the increase in metro expenses fail to reflect the reality of the situation. The simple fact is, in accordance with our accounting standards, the regular asset review processes, the Brisbane Metro assets were revalued to include the interest costs related to the project, and that increase is reflected in the mid-year review. These costs are non-cash in nature because the expenditure has already occurred and the transfer is now being recorded as an accounting
Toomey, your time
adjustment.
has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak about the review. Just a few observations on the debate. I agree with Councillor Johnston in terms of I don't believe the chairperson
Thanks,
should
Councillor
be
Griffiths. That's not what you're rising to speak on, so come back to the actual
anyway.
review.
I believe we have a right-wing mayor, and I also believe we have a very right-wing to what they say. We have a right-wing mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That is absolutely nothing to do with the report, so please come back to the review.
Well, it seems to be allowed by everyone else on that side of the chamber, and it's not allowed by people on this side of the chamber.
That's your own wish, so please come to the review.
That is not my own wish, that's my observation over 23 years.
Councillor?
23 years, a lot longer than you. A lot longer than you.
Then you should know better, so come
Yeah, I
back to
should
the
know
review.
better, and I've seen a lot of crap, and this is crap.
And that is inappropriate, Councillor.
I don't think it's inappropriate to say crap. But what I would like to say, I will talk about the mid-year review. Let's go. Let's see what these people have been up to. I've heard them speak drearily, without passion, without energy. They use those words. They use the word energy, and we've got stamina, and we're running a marathon. There's anything but is coming from that side of the chamber. The Lord Mayor is missing, once again. He's missing from his own budget debate, the most important thing he does in this city, and he's missing. And we know that many LNP councillors over there don't speak. They don't say a word. They sit here week in, week out, without saying a word. God only knows why they're here. And if the residents knew they weren't speaking, I don't think they want them here. We certainly have had a council that's been here a very long time, but let's look at some of their achievements. We know the Story Bridge is failing, it's actually falling apart. We know staff morale has never been lower. Staff morale has never been lower. And of those left, we are hemorrhaging staff. We know that we're giving back a $1.6 billion asset to the state that has been paid for by ratepayers and developers. Who works out a deal like that? The LNP have used council's ratepayers' money and developers' money to build an asset for the state. Just incredible. And when I look at page 5 of where we've made money, and I hear those LNP, they go, oh, rates have never been lower. We made $784 million out of ratepayers. And how much did we make out of developers? $49 million. $784 million out of ratepayers. They're our big con, but developers get off free. What about infrastructure and the suburban council? Murphy doesn't seem to know much about his portfolio. I know we've got an open level crossing, and on page 7, it says that we're giving $12 million towards that open level crossing, Coopers Plains, and yet work has ground to a halt under this LNP state government. Staff don't know what's happening, residents don't know what's happening, and evidently he doesn't know what's happening. And earlier today, we saw, at the behest of our very right-wing mayor, a homeless person being made a political football. Through the mentioning of drugs and machetes, we're now using homeless people as a political football by this mayor and this council. What I see and what I continue to see is basic services are failing. And you just have to look at the figures today of the failure rates for picking up bins. Basic delivery is being cut. Can't get work done. They're not trimming trees this year. They're not doing that this year. They're not installing yellow lines anymore. They're selling off assets. Which bowls club is to go next? Which sneaky little deal will be done next for another bowls club? More to come on that. It's taking 2 years to get a footpath. 2 years to get a footpath. That's a design before you even build the footpath. What I know is this mayor has no passion, there's no vision, and what we know is he's not in the chamber, he fails. There's a freight train coming, and God, bring it on soon.
Further speakers, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, you were on your way up. Your turn.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to speak on the mid-year budget review as it relates to the infrastructure portfolio. Infrastructure Services Group has, as I mentioned before, $40 billion of assets under management. We design, build, maintain and renew the roads, parks, gardens, pools and libraries that over 1.2 million residents and visitors use every single day. The Srina Council has been delivering the maintenance of these assets in what has been identified by other councillors as one of the most challenging construction environments that we've faced in decades. And while we continue to invest in the roads, bridges, footpaths and community infrastructure, it's important to acknowledge the significant pressures that these cost pressures across the construction sector are materially affecting how we deliver infrastructure services for Brisbane. So when Councillor Griffiths talks about the time frame to design a footpath, yes, but that is part of a much wider issue that is being experienced across sectors, which is the demand for design talent, the workload on those people, the need for talent all across a range of other projects, across a number of other verticals, whether it's health, education, defence, construction or the infrastructure sector. Now, we know that our city's assets have been managed and maintained with financial discipline, one that delivers a balanced budget and has overseen a reduction in our net debt. Capital expenditure, yes, decreased by $10.7 million. This is due to changes in delivery requirements for capital projects. We've also seen savings that came from the Story Bridge footpath replacement project, which, Madam Chair, I noted was completed well ahead of schedule. We know expenses for this period decreased by $8.8 million. Across Queensland, the construction industry is continuing to experience an acute shortage of workers, particularly skilled workers. It means we are paying higher tender prices. It means dramatically reduced competition in the market. No longer can we go out for a footpath job, for example, and expect 10 different tenderers to all be champing at the bit for the work. Oftentimes we are faced with a selection of 1, 2, or if we're very lucky, 3 external providers that can do it, or we have to task our existing crews with that work and take them off other jobs. So Council often finds that we have to make these difficult choices, but these difficult choices in the market that exists today. Not a market that we created, not a market that the Lord Mayor, magicked out of nowhere, or anything to do with changes internally in council or restructures, but a construction market that exists outside these 4 walls in the real world. That is the market in which we need to compete and the market in which we build, design, maintain these assets. And they're particularly evident on local infrastructure like footpath repairs and resurfacing works, which, as we know, are essential to neighbourhood safety and amenity. Through that, we have kept Brisbane moving, and we've mitigated the effect of these economic pressures through a number of forward-looking delivery strategies, which you can see in effectively the budget review that we have before us today, a continuing phase out of the planning and designing of infrastructure to ensure that that pipeline continues and that there's robust governance and controls around it. So despite price volatility in the construction sector stabilising in recent months, the cost of our core construction inputs, the things that we use to build these assets each and every day, concrete, steel, asphalt, fuel, none of these have returned to historical levels, Madam Chair, which means the cost to maintain as is so much higher than it was, let alone building new roads, new footpaths, new bridges and new bikeways. Upward cost pressures for materials, plant and equipment and labour have been massively significant, and we've heard Councillor Allen give a great summary of the impact of BPIC across the construction sector, which will take, honestly, Madam Chair, decades to wash out of the system. So we have to deal with those escalated construction costs. But what I'll say, Madam Chair, is that what you see in this review is the continued strong leadership of the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and the prudent fiscal decision-making and restraint that we know is difficult for those opposite, but on this
Councillor
side
Murphy,
we find it quite easy because fiscal restraint is in our blood.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to contribute to this debate on item A and B. We've heard a lot from the administration about the fiscal management and the fiscal continuation and how they support the items in the operating annual plan. But it's just really important to put on the record what is in this operating plan that they support so much and what isn't. So, for example, for Transport for Brisbane, talks about passenger numbers. It talks about off-peak trips and ferry services. But what doesn't mention at all, of course, is how many bus stops were built. It doesn't talk at all about design for ferry terminals, noting that it was in the 2025-26 budget that we found out that the Riverside Ferry Terminal is reaching nearly end of life. And there's nothing about that in here. There's obviously no details in a real-life experience about the second West End Ferry Terminal, which was promised, which was in the plans from this LNP administration from over 15 years ago. When you move for infrastructure for Brisbane, I'd just like to read out a couple of interesting points. Completed 3 intersection refurbishments, including the replacement of all end-of-life assets and pedestrian protection. Completed 3 cable and pit refurbishments, replacing end-of-life cable pits under mounting assemblies and installing pedestrian protection. What we're talking about here that the LNP administration is proud of and is saying very publicly is we fixed things that were at the end of their life. That's not how a council functions. Councils should be definitely fixing things before of end of life. But of course, the way this is going, we know that the Storybridge footpaths will get to end of life before they're fixed because they're telling you.
Temporary.
Well, no, the footpaths underneath are still crumbling.
Okay. That's true.
It is true. And they're telling us that they will not fix it until it is right at the end of life. So listen when they tell you. Listen to the administration when they tell you. They're not being proactive. They're not being preventative. They're waiting for end of life. We go on. In here it goes about highlights and updates. It talks about the movement of speed awareness monitors. It doesn't talk about more speed awareness monitors being created. It doesn't talk about more footings for speed awareness. It talks about 8 new footpath connections as a part of the Suburban Enhancement Fund pedestrian road assets. Connections, not actual footpaths. What this actually means when we're talking about it is, for me, very practically, it means that residents across the Gabba Ward, in Kangaroo Point, in South Brisbane, in West End, in Highgate Hill, have been left abandoned for pedestrian safety by this council. And they know that because it had to be their local councillor that paid for designs for their pedestrian safety. And it had to be their local councillor that will eventually have to pay for pedestrian safety because the financial management of this council has meant that there is no money. I could go on, there's so many details in here, but I did want to say a couple of things before my 5 minutes is over. And the outcome of this is the terrible fiscal management of this budget. It goes back to the 10% cut in 2023. It continues with the cut in developer infrastructure charges that we can see in here. We know residents across Brisbane are being taxed, but we know developers are not. They're not paying their fair share. And it is constantly hearing that we are going to run a marathon. Well, you're the ones that created this mess. You're the ones that got into $3.4 billion of debt. This is your mess. And the people of Brisbane are paying for it, and residents are starting to wise up.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, the time has reached 3 hours, so my apologies, but under the provision of section 35(13) of the meeting's local law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So I'll now put clause A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
That is
Division.
carried. A division is called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. I'll now put the Public Transport Committee report
Chair.
to the vote. Yes, Councillor Massey, point of order.
Item B to be taken in voting for seriatim.
Yep, certainly. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Seconded. Division, sorry.
Division called by Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put the Infrastructure Committee report. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Could we please take item C and seriatim for voting?
We certainly can. We'll now put item A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Well, that is carried. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division. Called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Sorry. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Clerks, councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. We'll now put Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put Customer Services Committee to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put the Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put the Finance and City Governance Committee report to the vote. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Sorry, item B. Sorry, item for voting item B.
Thank you. We'll now...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Can I have C as well, please?
Yes. So we'll now put A and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. That is carried. Division by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, and I think it was seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a petition signed by 5 people requesting the removal of e-scooters and e-bikes from Brisbane.
Any further petitions? No. Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Aderman, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Lunar New Year and wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year. Yep. We all know this year is the year of the fire hose. I believe there must be a lot of celebrations in many parts of the city, across the city. And I hope you all have enjoyed the festivities of the Lunar New Year and also enjoy the cultural feast brought with it. And I'm sure you would have enjoyed food and probably some calligraphy showcase and lion dance, and probably some of you would have received red envelope, which is a sign of a lucky offer from either your junior or your senior. I used to be the one receiving envelope from my father, but now these days I'm the one giving to my niece and nephew and also to my father. So you take it from them before, now you have to pay back. And I'm expecting my niece and nephew to do that to me when I'm getting older. Yes, but I would like to probably just give a bit more cultural touch on the Lunar New Year. As we know, this year is the year of the fire horse, so it's a symbol of energy and action and vibrancy. But can I say, I just learned that in the year of the fire horse, it's probably better not to wear red, because fire horse is already fire. So if you wear red, that's going to burn you. Oh, all right. It's just a cultural thing, all right? I'm not taking responsibilities for that. But yes, so it's been suggested that you either wear blue or yellow, because these are the ones which is going to neutralize the energy. And so it will be a more balanced energy for you. Well, now insinuating any political colors, apparently red is hot this year, and green is like, you know what, how we always say, you add fuel to the fire? Green is that you add the wood to the fire, so it get burned. And blue is it's a good year for the blue. So yes, because it's a sign of water which is going to balance out the energy to make a balanced energy. But look, it is just something I learned from reading all sorts of the New Year greetings and from the fortune teller. So I'll suggest that maybe for the next week or two, wear something blue or yellow that's going to bring you a better energy than red. So, yes. But for those who have already been to the festivities, congratulations. But if you haven't been to any one of them or would like to see more, this coming Saturday, there's going to be a rooftop party at Sunnybank Plaza. And they are going to provide a drone show for the Lunar New Year. I think that probably hasn't happened across the city yet, but Sunnybank Plaza this year is offering that free drone show for people to go and celebrate the Lunar New Year on their rooftop. So for those who wish to extend their festivities in the Lunar New Year, welcome to Sunnybank Plaza. I'll be there doing the opening. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on... I think I'm going to speak on one item today, which is about the Lord Mayor. Actually, two items. The Lord Mayor and on homelessness, and then a second item on state government's homelessness policy, which is the same political party as the one that's in charge in Chambers and their effects on homelessness. Earlier today, I asked a question about a resident of Brisbane, someone who has fallen onto hardened times. And the amount of contempt that the Lord Mayor showed proves very clearly why people have been saying, and you see it all over social media, the cruel Lord Mayor of Brisbane. It's very clear because the Lord Mayor had a prearranged answer, but it had nothing to do with the question that I asked, which is about the dignity of people who have gotten prescription medication taken away with them by council workers. And what is amazingly tragic about this is, of course, the Lord Mayor will come in afterwards and speak around the word to clean up what was clearly, what everyone saw was clearly an attack on every single homeless person, or the suggestion that every single one homeless person in Brisbane, because they're not just at Musgrave, they're all over our city. We all know this. This is not isolated to Musgrave Park. Was a drug user. We all saw that and came in to clean it up. But the thing is, it's not cleaned up because it is on video. It will be on the public record what the Lord Mayor has said. And the Lord Mayor comes in here and says that, emotional language used, but to this I say to the Lord Mayor, two things can be true at the same time. Council can do better to treat people with humanity and dignity, while I, as a councillor for the Gabba Ward, can feel and understand the worry that someone, a council worker, being pricked by a needle can feel. Two things can exist, but for this Lord Mayor, it's so simple that two things can't exist at the same time. And that is the saddest thing. A Lord Mayor that says simple solutions, but The Lord Mayor speaks in simple terms for complex solutions. The Lord Mayor looks to attack on the issue of homelessness, looks to criminalise rather than to come up with solutions. Some of those solutions, which if he had read out my responses, include working with community organisations. It would be no shock to any of my residents to know that I have a meeting tomorrow with Drug Arm, looking at proactive ways to minimise harm for rough sleepers and to help people that are in need and that are challenged in need. I'm going to move to item 2 very quickly. The Lord Mayor earlier today talked about facts. Here's some facts that the Lord Mayor didn't say out loud from the LNP state government, which in March last year changed the rules. Firstly, if you have reject housing for 9 months, you will not get offered housing again for 9 months. If you reject housing twice, noting that we are talking about very challenged individuals that have sometimes a fear because of the situation that they've dealt with in boarding houses and in temporary accommodation, you'll be taken off the housing waiting list. Okay, this is the LNP government at state. This is the housing department at state. Facts. The other fact that I want to put out there is if you have been booted out of social housing, you do not get offered temporary housing. These are the facts. This is why when the information comes out about how many people, the 30 people, give or take, at Musgrave Park, there's no clear information. Literally, council cannot tell me if the housing department offered temporary housing, because that's all there is, to every single person as they were being effective. Council has actually said that to me. But secondly, that is why only 2 people out of 30 had housing or could possibly even accept housing. This is not a council. This is not an administration trying to house people or treat people with dignity. And that's been made clear today.
Further speakers. Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I rise to speak on 2 items, our Big Love Festival and the Lunar Soul Party, which was part of the Bris Asia Festival, which fell on the Lunar New Year. Firstly, I wanted to start with the Big Love Festival, which was last Sunday at Whitten Barracks Playground Park on Lambert Road in Indooroopilly. It was such a fantastic afternoon and it truly did showcase the strength of the amazing community of the Walter Taylor Ward. I've got many thank yous. Thank you to Alan from the Swingalicious Big Band for their outstanding performance, which is part of the Brisbane City Council Bands in the Park program, and to Scott and all the crew, which is part of Swing Patrol Brisbane, who brought the dance floor to life with some really cool old-fashioned favourites from the 1920s through to the 1950s. I'd also like to give a shout out to Cecilia and all the team from UQ Alum for being there for part of the UQ Book Fair pop-up, which is being hosted this weekend at UQ, and also to small business operator Ross for his amazing butterfly breeding. We did a butterfly release as part of the Walter Taylor Bridge's 90th birthday, and it was just beautiful. A huge thank you to David and Lisa. They are part of the local market stalls, the Sunrise Markets, and they brought together local food trucks, amazing local markets with local small businesses. It brought a wonderful atmosphere, and it was great to support small business while giving families a great local experience. Fizz the Fairy also featured. She was delighted to be there entertaining the children with her bubble artistry. Free face painting was also on offer, and we had guided tours of the Walter Taylor Bridge, which is part of the Brisbane Greeters program. I'm very grateful to have them there. A shout out to another awesome small business, the Stamford Road Bakery, who did a very impressive, massive metre-long cakes to celebrate the birthday of the Walter Taylor Bridge. Now, events like this don't just happen. It takes a lot of work, and we did have to reschedule because of rain the previous weekend. I'd like to give a special thanks to all the organisers, performers, stall holders, volunteers, and to the council officers who made it all possible. And a very special thank you to the Walter Taylor office sports team, to Kylie, Melissa, Erica, Gloria and all of my YAP Youth Ambassador Program volunteers, which was Milo, Daloon, Seneth, Suma and Paige. Huge effort by many people. Most importantly, thank you to the community for turning up and supporting by the thousands and for sharing in a joyful event of the 90th birthday of the Walter Taylor Bridge. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the Lunar Soul Party, which was part of the Brisbane Asia Festival, which was hosted at the Thomas Dixon Centre in West End. It was a striking backdrop with Brisbane City in the background, all lit up for the Lunar New Year. Community leaders, creatives, families and lots of people came together for that evening, which was on Lunar New Year. There was contemporary Asian, Australian music that filled the venue, and there was a genuine sense of pride that I saw Brisbane's cultural diversity celebrated so beautifully and vibrantly and confidently, I might add. The Lunar Soul Party was just one of 28 events, which was part of the 17 suburbs for the Brisbane Asia Festival for 2026, which is now in its 14th year. From K-pop showcases to street performance to contemporary art exhibitions, it was a fantastic festival, and I wanted to give a big shout out to Anthony Garcia from Sounds Across Oceans for delivering the festival on behalf of Brisbane City Council. He did an outstanding job and so dedicated, along with his wife who was there by his side. It was truly a special celebration for me because it was held on Lunar New Year, and as was mentioned by Councillor Huang through you, Chair, we welcomed in the Year of the Horse. The horse, of course, symbolising strength, vitality and forward momentum, qualities that reflect not only the spirit of the room that evening, but also the confidence and the energy that we're seeing in our beautiful, growing global city. So here's to the Year of the Horse, cheers to the year ahead of opportunity, and I look forward to celebrating more things this year throughout 2026. Thanks very much.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about the 4th anniversary of the 2022 floods in Brisbane, and it was 4 years ago this week our city lived through one of the most devastating flood events we have seen, and particularly in my ward of Deagon. In February 2022, we saw streets turn into rivers, parks become lakes, and family homes, small businesses and community facilities go completely under. Since then, we've seen homes being repaired from the damage caused, but residents are still anxious every time that a rain event is forecast. People in my area don't just read about floods in reports, they feel them at their floorboards, in their back sheds and in photos and special keepsakes that they had to throw out onto the curb. During this particular time, in February 2022, residents in my community watched water rise faster than council's warnings suggested, or they didn't get a warning altogether. They struggled to get timely and accurate information about road closures, evacuation options and flood levels, and faced delays in clean-up assistance, debris removal and basic services. Yet, in the face of all of that, I saw the most incredible acts of mateship and community spirit come together, residents in kayaks and tinnies doing what they could to help people get out of their homes and to safety. The day after doing that, they were back ripping up carpet, cleaning out mud, doing tip runs. For neighbours who had water-damaged items, my community rolled up their sleeves and did what they had to do. But many did feel like they were abandoned by council and the lack of coordinated support. We know that Deagon, particularly as a suburb, but as a ward as well, is fairly low-lying and a coastal part of Brisbane. We live with tides and creeks and groundwater. But what happened in 2022 was not just a natural disaster, and what's happened since exposed serious failures in planning, in preparedness and leadership from the Lord Mayor. I have been called consistently, not just since 2022, but in the lead up to 2022 as well, for increases for drainage infrastructure. The current program of drainage upgrades in Brisbane is abysmal. Last financial year, we were told there would be no further maintenance works on drainage because the funding dried up halfway through the financial year. We see the odd drainage project announced in Brisbane, but the occasional project isn't going to cut it. Because Brisbane is a flood-prone city, we need a broad drainage strategy. As I door knock around Brisbane, whether it's in my community, in the Northgate ward, in the Brackenridge ward, in the Wynnum Manly ward, drainage issues are consistently raised with me, and we are not seeing enough action from the Lord Mayor. It comes down to priorities, and basic maintenance of the suburbs is clearly not the priority from this LNP regime, who've become complacent after 2 decades of decline here in Brisbane. Drainage systems across the city are old, under-maintained and underfunded. We shouldn't see flooding on local streets after one rainy night, but I often get images emailed or sent through social media of streets around Brighton and Sandgate and Deagon and other areas covered in water after what used to be just a normal summer storm for us in Brisbane. Yeah. When ex-tropical cyclone Alfred hit in March last year, I stood with locals who had lined up for hours and hours and hours while sandbags ran out across Boondall and Zilmere. And recommendations from the 2022 flood review were clearly not actioned in time for that event, and they still haven't been to date. Noticeable was particularly poor communication with residents, let alone the physical support they needed. All of the serious issues people faced in 2022, they faced again in 2025. Not enough staff out in the field, not enough equipment to close roads, not enough sandbags and not enough warning, ultimately not enough leadership. Just 2 weeks ago, Brisbane was warned of a serious rain event over a weekend, and I could feel the rising community anxiety about that. My office was contacted by a lot of local residents who are still anxious about the impacts of heavy rain in the area because they knew, in just going about their daily lives, of how many blocked drains there were. And it doesn't matter how many times we report these drains on individual occasions, it might be a week later or a fortnight later or maybe a month later that they're blocked again, and without residents being proactive or local councils being proactive, there is not enough funding and not enough support for council officers to be able to do this work on an ongoing basis in Brisbane. So 4 years ago was a traumatic time, and I want to thank everyday heroes who were there to help residents in the wake of that 2022 flood disaster. They're what makes Brisbane special, and because of that, us on this side of the chamber won't stop fighting for better for the suburbs of Brisbane.
Further speakers. Councillor Parry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise tonight to speak on one item, and that is Jack Poole Place. So I'll start by saying that being a councillor is a massive privilege, and especially being a Brisbane City Councillor, where we're able to shape so much, not only in our local communities but in the broader city, being the largest council in the country. And there's a lot of wonderful things that we get to do. But a big part of that are the very special people that we get to meet in this role. It puts us in contact with the real everyday community heroes that have dedicated their lives to various causes, and are just genuinely good people that you look up to and you get to learn from. One of those people that I had the great privilege of learning from and getting to know in my very short time as a councillor was a man by the name of Jack Poole. And I spoke about Jack Poole last year in this place, and prior to that as well, but particularly last year because he passed away last March. And for the people who may not recall, Jack was a 30-plus year veteran as the president of the Stafford Meals on Wheels. He was a Chermside local hero. He was a recipient of the Lord Mayor's Australia Day Award, Citizen of the Year, and in fact he was older than the Senior Citizen of the Year, which he was always very proud of saying. But most importantly, he lived a life that wasn't an easy life, but it was a life that he had dedicated to giving to others and to giving back to the community that he loved so dearly. What I was able to do as his local councillor in partnership and working very closely with his two wonderful daughters, Bronwyn and Gail, and with the support of the Chair of Environment and Parks, Councillor Davis, and also my neighbouring councillor, was last Wednesday, which would have been his 94th birthday, we were able to unveil Jack Poole Place in the ward of McDowell, unfortunately, not in Marchant Ward, but Jack was my resident, but Meals on Wheels is in McDowell Ward, just over the road. And it's a little piece of parkland that stands proudly next to that brick building on the corner of Tevan and Appleby Road. And it's a sign that says Jack Poole Place with a little explainer that we worked on about Jack Poole's life and what he contributed to the community as part of his life of service. And so it now means that everybody that travels down Appleby Road or walks along to school to Queen of Apostles or visits the area for whatever reason will know about Jack and will know what he did for people in delivering more than just a meal in his many years of service for Meals on Wheels. It also means that all the volunteers that he respected and he thanked and appreciated and gave him a reason to keep going for so long, it means that they will also be able to remember Jack in those moments of silence and those moments of gratitude that I know that they look forward to each and every day because of the important service that they give to our community. So on the day that we unveiled the sign, what was quite remarkable was we said a few words about Jack, and in the middle of that we heard a kookaburra take off in full flight and with a full laugh. And we all sort of looked at each other and smiled, and we knew that that was Jack looking down. And he never wanted much pomp and ceremony. He never wanted all of the appreciation. He was always so humble. But we knew that he was there, and we knew that he was pretty chuffed that we were able to name this place in Brisbane after him. And that will be there long before when I'm gone. That'll be there when my children are gone and my grandchildren. That will stand the test of time, and people will remember a good guy. And I'm really proud to be part of a council that got to do a good thing for a good guy. So with that, I'll just say thanks again to you, Jack. Thank you for delivering more than a meal. Thanks to you for your service to our city, and we're so proud that we could have done something to honour you. Cheers.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the naming of a place within Strickland Terrace Park, Sherwood, as J&H Clarkson Place. So for those who don't know, Strickland Terrace Park is located on the banks of Oxley Creek at Sherwood, and it is named after an early family that settled in the districts, and the patriarch of that family, who sadly passed away after his war service in World War I. But what we are doing with this place naming is creating a place within Strickland Terrace Park that honours the service to the local environment and our community of Jocelyn Clarkson and her husband Harvey Clarkson. Now, Harvey passed away probably about a decade ago now, but Jocelyn and Harvey were an absolute team. The two of them, I'm sure we know these couples that have just given their life to community services, and they were both extraordinary dedicated volunteers in our community. Harvey was pretty active in Rotary, and he was Jocelyn's best worker for the environmental projects that she took on. In particular, though, I do want to mention Jocelyn. Jocelyn is extremely unwell, and it is such an absolute joy that we've been able to get this naming done while she is still alive, and she knows that it's happening today. I hope that she will still be alive to see the sign go up, but we'll just cross our fingers for that one. Jocelyn is an extraordinary woman. After she retired, and this is almost 50 years ago, Jocelyn started volunteering in our local community. In particular, she established the Strickland Terrace Bush Care Group in 1995, and for the past 30 years, even up until last year, she was still doing bush care work on that site. I certainly learnt a lot from Jocelyn about what was a weed and what was not a weed, so thank you to Jocelyn for that guidance. But Jocelyn is an absolute extraordinary person. The bush care habitat along Oxley Creek in this part of Sherwood is extraordinary because of her dedication, hard work, and her environmental and arboreal knowledge. In addition to that, Jocelyn worked from really the late 70s on the Oxley Creek Common as part of Creek Care, as part of the Oxley Creek Environmental Group, as part of the Oxley Chelmer History Group, and as part of Rotary. There are many other organisations, but I particularly want to acknowledge her hard work through the Olympic Land Care Project in the late 1990s before the Sydney Olympics. Jocelyn has been a huge part of maintaining our biodiversity through the Museum of Brisbane's hoop pine planting project. And she's certainly been involved in the Oxley Creek to the Ocean project. So for more than 30 years, Jocelyn and Harvey were actively involved in preserving, restoring and enhancing the local environment in Sherwood and beyond through creek care. Now, I'm so proud to say that her work has been recognised through certificate appreciations from Habitat, a certificate of merit from the Lord Mayor, from the federal member and certainly from the local councillors. Jocelyn also has a Lifetime Service Award from Habitat Brisbane, which was presented in 2020. Her family is enormously proud of her. Our community is enormously proud of her and Harvey's contribution to our local environment. And I would just like to say to Jocelyn, thank you. The legacy of care, of biodiversity and beautiful vegetation that she's created in Strickland Terrace Park will now and forever be recognised as J&H Clarkson Place in honour of her extraordinary contribution to our local environment and the community. Congratulations, Jocelyn. A huge thank you to the Bush Care volunteers and the Creek Care volunteers and the local police and the local Neighbourhood Watch Group who all encouraged me to nominate Jocelyn and Harvey. This is a very well-deserved naming and I'm so honoured that we are able to have J&H Clarkson Place now in Sherwood. Congratulations.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers to general business. Councillor Adamant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak very briefly about Brisbane Asia 2026 and the celebration of Chinese New Year in this, the Year of Firehorse, across Brisbane over the past fortnight. And Councillor Huang earlier articulated very well what Chinese New Year is about, Lunar New Year. I don't intend to repeat the importance of that, but I would like to stress, and I think everyone in the chamber on this side, on our side of the chamber, has just attended a Chinese Lunar New Year function at City Hall, chaired by the Lord Mayor, and it was a fantastic event. So thank you to my colleagues for supporting our good friend Councillor Huang at what was a fantastic night. Yeah. I would like to mention that it was a pleasure to represent the Schrinner Council at a Brisbane Asia event to celebrate the Chinese New Year at Mount Cootha in my ward last Sunday. And I'm very lucky, Chair, to have Mount Cootha in my ward. It means I get to attend a range of events there each year, many of which are supported by our council and Councillor Howard, events such as Opera in the Park and the Mount Cootha Songwriters Festival. And last Sunday was no different. More than 1,500 people attended the Brisbane Asia 26 entertainment event, highlighting Brisbane's rich and diverse Asian cultural heritage. And I know that Councillor Wolfe earlier mentioned the role that the event organiser, Anthony Garcia, played in her event, and I too would like to give him a shout out. We heard him here in the chamber a couple of weeks ago. He's a dynamic human being and does put on a great show. In my speech, I had the opportunity to talk about Brisbane Asia and how it enhances Brisbane's lifestyle and capital reputation as one of the best places in the world to live and visit. But Chair, in conclusion, it was great to see my colleague Councillor Givney in the crowd last Sunday. It's a long way from Winner-Manly to the western suburbs, but I know she and her family enjoyed the day, and I hope that it was therapeutic for Ben to escape hospital for a few hours and be part of this important multicultural event. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just really want to speak about the wonderful Vietnamese Lunar New Year event that happened next to my ward at Richlands on the weekend. Chak Mang No Moi. That's Happy Lunar New Year in Vietnamese. And can I say the weekend celebrations were spectacular. Councillor Strunk was wonderful and he was there, but unfortunately he is not here in the chamber to hear this.
Exactly where he's paid to be.
But, Madam Chair, I do want to credit our new President, Q1 Do, who has taken over from Dr Bui in the role of President of our Vietnamese Community Queensland chapter. And she made the tough call on that Friday night that we knew there were going to be some really big storms to postpone the event, which was a big undertaking, and so she moved it to last weekend. And Friday night was spectacular. It is literally like the Ekka for our wonderful Vietnamese community. There are rides, there is the most amazing food. And can I just say, we have so many of our Christian communities out there who are actually fundraising at these events. So they make spring rolls, pork banh mi's, all of these delicious, delicious food. So if you are hungry now, you really should head out to the wonderful western suburbs where there is some incredible food. But they do raise a lot of money, and that money goes straight back into the community. So I do want to put on record all of the gratitude we have for the volunteers who put this event together at CJ Greenfield. It is an enormous undertaking, and they do it over 2 nights. And so I want to encourage my colleagues. Next year, I want to invite you all to TET. It is a spectacular weekend of fun, and I want you to encourage your communities to come out, because that is what makes Brisbane so special, that ability for us to understand and learn more about our multicultural communities, and it really unites us as a city. So I really just want to put on record my gratitude to our wonderful Vietnamese community, and Happy Lunar New Year.
Further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to say, I mentioned it last week in general business, and I just wanted to say the Ukrainian vigil that they had on Sunday night was absolutely a beautiful event. Thank you, Councillor Howard, for popping in as well. We thought at the start that there wasn't going to be too many people, but as it turned out, there was a couple of hundred there. We had lovely candlelight. AU loves UA, which I thought was lovely on the ground for Australia loves the Ukraine. 4 years is too long for any atrocity, but a war that is worse than anything we've seen since the Second World War is very, very distressing, and it's distressing to remember how many have been lost, to remember how many are still there fighting with that conflict, and to remember the Ukrainian community here. They're in the heart of Holland Park doing amazing work to actually support those that are coming to move here and those that have still got family there as well. This is a very important issue. I find it very disappointing that there is no other person from the other side of chamber here tonight to talk about the community issues. Councillor Hutton just spoke about her China New Year or Vietnamese New Year, Lunar New Year. These are the things that our communities care about, and it is very disappointing that the one time we get to share the joy and the importance in our communities, that those opposite can't be bothered to come back after dinner. So, but I thank all of the community that came, and that was right across many of the multicultural diaspora as well, to support the Ukrainians. This needs to stop. We need to advocate for this to stop, and I will continue to support them as we need to. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Madam Chair, I move that the motion currently lying on the table from the 14th of May 2024 be taken off the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the motion from the 14th of May 2024 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The motion from the 14th of May 2024 has been taken off the table. I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being redistributed to councillors. The motion was originally moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council requests that the Lord Mayor increase the Pathways Out of Homelessness grant to $5 million per year for the 2025-28 grant program. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillor Collier and Councillor Gibney. Debate now resumes from where it left off on the 14th of May 2024. Is there any further debate? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, This motion was related to the budget, which has now been handed down, and the issue has now been resolved, particularly as there was a donation made to the Emmanuel City Mission, and I'd just like to put on the record the amazing work of the Emmanuel City Mission. I have been privileged to visit them on many occasions, and for this Shrinner Council to provide that support has made a huge difference. It allowed them to open a night sanctuary. I was there on the very first night, and I've been back to visit as well, and the work that the Emmanuel City Mission does is absolutely amazing. So we really are very grateful for the work that the volunteers there do, but Madam Chair, as I said, this does relate to the budget, which has been handed down, and as the issue has now been resolved, I move that the motion is put.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Adamman that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor. I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. That motion is lost. Any further speakers for general business, please? No further speakers? Then then the meeting is closed. Thank you.